welcome back, everyone, finally, to Season 2 of Chronicles of Ravira. It's been a little bit, except for those of us who were playing Tragedy of Atharis, so not Rogue and Ruka. Quick announcements to a change of cast. Soldier Lore, unfortunately, will not be able to return for Season 2. Tarvel will not be able to return as Soldier Lore in Season 2. He may reprise his role in guest spots in the future, but as of right now, he's just too busy in his real life to commit. So, that
but we're excited for his endeavors.
Yes,
Absolutely.
we are.
Yes.
We still love you. We love you, Tarvel. And also, come visit me, boy. Or maybe I should just come visit you guys.
That might be easier. Well, maybe.
Anyway, this is Lakeside Legendz. We are community of TTRPG role-playing, and this is Chronicles of Ravira, a TTRPG homebrew set in my world of Olivar on the continent of Ravira. I am the Dungeon Master. If you haven't watched the first season, go back and watch it because you're going to be completely lost. Other announcements, we have our community Discord, Lakeside Legendz, is open. Join for the memes, the storytelling, and lots of Lord of the Rings memes. I've said that in every session because it continues to be true no matter how long I'm in that Discord. And also our website, lakesidelegends.com, which just has a bunch of fun stuff that you can do with us. So without further ado, I'll see you guys after the intro for this week's episode of Chronicles of Ravira. And welcome back, folks. Last we left off, the party had defeated King Ultharos and brought at least temporary peace to the Kingdom of Eredel for now. Now, we did skip forward a few days in time. So what we're doing today in this episode is we are rewinding back to the day after the battle. So some things that happened at the end of last session, we're going to go into more detail on for them. So, first things first, we're going to start the night when you guys return home. You return back to the city. You're in the capital city, and you are given you're given rooms for the night in the palace until they can give you your own, the house that I told you guys were going to get. So for now, with the events of the battle, you guys all probably go to bed or stay up and think whatever you need to do.
The second one.
Yeah. Karaku, I know what you're doing. We'll get into that in a bit. But also, on your way to do that thing, give me a perception check.
Does someone have their Discord up?
Yeah, I need to mute that group chat because it's...
I can also hear music coming out of somebody's.
It's probably also Cole. He doesn't have headphones in.
Yeah.
That would be a dirty 20.
Dirty
Nice.
20? Okay. You know what? I don't really need the music, so I'm just gonna on my
I
end.
just realized I have the wrong dice out.
So,
I have all my dice out.
you briefly... So you're walking and you're going along the way trying to look for what it is you're looking for. And you see a boat about to leave the docks, and you catch a glimpse as the boat is leaving of soldier Lore on the boat. He doesn't see you, but he is leaving the city.
Is the boat close enough that I could either shout or hit it with a rock or something?
You could.
Please throw a rock. Roll now. I love you, but
you are only about 80 feet away.
Okay.
please roll a nat 20 and beat him in the
Non-magic
head.
users are so cute. Hit it with a
Excuse
rock.
me. I'm like, you're magic. I will pick up a rock and attempt to just hit him in the back if I can.
I don't know which is
I'm not
better.
going to roll for this.
Dang it.
Big soldier in the back of the head. He goes, "Oh, you sorry son of a." And he looks and he sees you and he just goes, "No." And he just gives you one of these. Like, if just in case you talk to Nix before I do, tell him I'm sorry.
I am too.
Got stuff to take care of.
Take care of yourself.
I'll do my best. He turns to his crew and he goes, "So you wish to hear the stories of your captain? So there I was."
For that, I would love to, if you let me use a little bit of flavor here. I'd love to just use like prestidigitation, and it's technically out of range, but if you don't mind with just a little bit of flavor, I'd love to just kind of give him like that spotlight effect just around him for a second as he starts the story.
And the effect does glimmer, and his whole crew is just like, "Oh," and he's just sitting with his arm on his knee on top, with his foot on top of a barrel, telling a story to his crew as the boat just kind of
Captain
drifts
Morgan
out.
style.
Yep. And soldier, you don't know where he's going, but you can assume it's for a good reason. And with that, Kirikou, you were going to take care of your situation, but before that, Felicity, you go to sleep for a brief amount of time, and you have pretty intense dreams, and you can't really make out what's happening in them. You see flashes of your mother, of Farah, of Ada and Rena. And the one thing that keeps sticking is you keep seeing flashes of Koragar and Kaz lying on the floor, and it flashes between the two of them, not knowing which one is really there. And you see a man clad in green standing over the body. This wakes you up, of course.
Mm.
You can't see him, but you can feel your patron's eye on you.
Don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Yeah. She just kind of like bundles herself up more tightly.
Okay. More bundles?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually going to roll for this to see if it's happening now. You just hear, "Well, dear, that was quite the performance at the castle. Bravo."
You need something.
Oh, just checking on my favorite. What's the right word for it? Niece, right? That's the word.
Well, I would like to get back to sleep. If it's all the same.
Oh, yes, we can do that for you. But just so you know, the dreams, they're just a minor side effect of every time you know who dies.
Well,
Thought I should warn you that you might have some more.
got it. Well, I am quite tired after the battle and everything that transpired. If you wouldn't mind leaving, I would be most appreciative.
Of course, I'll tell your mother you say hello, dear. And he whisps, you don't ever see him, you just hear him, but you just hear the voice like kind of leave the back of your mind for a minute.
she's going to get out of bed and go to... Are there rooms all together?
They're kind of spread out throughout the palace. They won't tell you, well, rather, Kylan and Hector didn't really tell you whose rooms were whose, just because, feelings and stuff. So, but you do know that you are around the same area that Karina was given a room, and Nick's, Karaku, and 39's rooms are kind of more spread out around throughout the palace.
Perfect. She's gonna go to Karina's room
Okay.
and knock.
All right. She knocked on your door, Karina.
After a few moments, door creaks open. It probably doesn't creak, let's be real.
We're in a palace. Doors don't creak.
They creak, dang it, I want them to creak.
Yeah. You just see Fel still kind of bundled up and just kind of there.
You all right?
To be honest, no, I'm not. Would you mind if I come in?
No. She'll open the door for their...
She'll just scoot in.
Karina just gestures to the bed, sits down as well.
She'll sit down. These are nice rooms. Very, very nice. I didn't wake you, did I? I mean, it's the middle of the night. I'm sure I did.
It's fine.
Right. Just bad dreams is all. I thought maybe,
Of the fight?
Of various things as a result of the fight, I do think. I would stay in my room. I didn't want to be left alone.
I'm used to it. Or I was, at least once. So it's not really a big deal. In fact, my door's almost never locked. Rarely, at least, out of habit.
I was going to suggest that we might want to lock it, but then I don't think that would do much good. Yeah.
Karina will get up and lock the door, just to see if it makes Fel feel any better.
She definitely seems kind of despondent. She's kind of in her own head, kind of glazed over a bit, working on autopilot.
You can stay here if you want.
If you wouldn't mind for the night, I would appreciate it. Yeah.
Is there something that you can tell me that might... You don't have to. I'm just saying. If you need to.
Do you think we could save it for the group or for tomorrow at the very least? I'd like to at least spend the rest of the night knowing that people aren't going to be mad at me. So if you wouldn't mind me sharing it tomorrow.
Okay. Sure. Okay. And just get in bed. Yeah. Just kind of...
Yeah, Fel will kind of go to the other side of it, and she'll sit there for a little bit, and then, not getting under the covers or anything, she'll lay down on her side with her back turned. And you might notice that as she's laying there with her hair kind of to the side, there's a deep coloring on her nightgown that looks like it's dried blood.
Is fell asleep at this point?
She's just kind of laying there. She's not fully asleep.
I think you're supposed to heal yourself before you heal others. Especially once the battle's over.
Sorry, the cat.
Kitty! Come cuddle, kitty!
Cattail is like,
We don't have a mascot animal in this campaign.
A baby.
Cute.
Mine aren't allowed
Kinda
to
have
be in
cause.
the room.
That's true.
Trust me,
Not
if
an
I locked
animal.
her in another room, it would be a bad day.
I
Aww.
get that too.
Kitty cuddles.
Mhm.
Belle won't turn around. She's just, I can't heal that one.
Are you are you just too tired? I have a little bit.
No, it's a little more. And she'll like flip around. Do you know when Care fell? When he died?
Oh, I was going to say he falls a lot.
When he died. It's a result of that, and I can't heal it. I can't explain much of it right now either, but it's there for good.
So because Care died, or is it because he sacrificed himself?
He did, didn't he? No, it's because he died. Oh, I guess both. It's the result of him coming back. I did that. Just... Yeah, it's a new thing for me too, but I assure you it's fine. It only stings a little.
Well, it's bleeding. So give me a second. And she's going to go into her pack and pull out just the normal med kit kind of bandages and things that she would, I assume, have. And we'll bandage it up.
Yeah, Fel will stay on the other side or like with her back turned to her so that she can bandage it up, and she'll just kind of lay there, and by the time you're finished, she's asleep.
Just going to cover her up and then make sure that the sword is hidden away still. And lay down on the other side and go to sleep as well. That's it.
all right. And 39 decided to go try to find some alcohol.
Yeah.
As you're wandering the streets, 39, it is late at night. It is chaotic right now. There are people are celebrating, people are still trying to fight for the king, and the Order of the Platinum Light are stopping that, and they're out in force. There's one particular bar that is open and very lively with people chanting skin the lion over and over as you walk into this bar, and there's a bunch of people just going nuts, and looks like Gold Glitter is set up shop in this bar, and it's his own little stall, and he just sees you and he just goes, 39 dear.
I'm glad you're here.
Yes, my brother said that there was a lot of opportunity to rebuild this city. I'm just kidding, I'm here for the gold. But also to check on your little group. I heard you had quite the endeavor.
We did, yes. I think more of the unexpected happened than any of us realized. But
I guess the cat had claws after all. You look like you need a drink, dear.
it had nothing to do
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
I forget you don't typically partake.
I don't, but I am actually in search of something strong that's capable of numbing, more medicinal than anything.
Is that I don't really have any medicinal alcohol, but there is that Kolsa drink, that whiskey. He pours you a little shot of it and goes, it might help, but either way, it might make you feel better later. And he hands you the shot.
She'll take it.
You say, okay, since you have not really drank alcohol before,
actually, she has, but it's been specific.
this alcohol, you've never had anything like this, because
Sure.
obviously Little Chef would have never let you had anything except that what he
Killjoy.
considered high quality.
Right.
Whiskey was not really in his repertoire.
Right.
I almost said repertoire.
Repertoire.
Marriage. Repertoire.
Knowledge. As you take the shot and it burns going down, especially with the burning already in your neck. It soothes a little, and your throat feels a little better after about 2 minutes of you coughing. And you also never had anything this strong before, so I need you to give me a con save at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Let's see. Well, let's see. 22 disadvantage.
Okay, you're fine. You just hit. It's one of those you.
She kind of just rubs her forehead and sets the glass down loudly. As I expected. Okay.
Oh, yeah. You are a trooper. Anyway, dear, do you need anything else tonight?
Not tonight. I might need your help later.
Of course, dear. I'll be here. I'm going to set up a little pop-up tent in the middle of town, so you can find me there.
All right. Hopefully I can figure this out myself, but if not, well, we'll see.
Right. Well, I do have a lot of people to make inebriated. Do be
Yes.
careful walking home or wherever it is you're walking. The streets are a little chaotic right now.
I'll just use the shadows.
Does that work when you're paler than a piece of paper?
You'd be surprised.
Wearing all white and silver?
She just gives him a cheeky smirk.
It's not my place to judge. I walk around in glittering gold all day. And please, do try to relax and enjoy yourself. You are a hero, you know.
She pauses for a minute at the hero thing.
I was going to say, you actually need to give me
Oh no!
a wisdom saving throw because you brought it up.
I apologize in advance because I think that's my fault.
19, because I don't think, yeah, it's a straight 19. Thank you, Dove.
Well, you're rolling against someone else's stats.
What is?
You're rolling against someone. You're rolling against the stats of, let's say, an angel. You feel a searing pain in the front of your head. At first, you might think it's from the alcohol. Then you see flashes of the same woman you've seen flashes of before, but this time a lot clearer. And the clearest image that you see at the end is her astride an amethyst dragon. You see the amethyst dragon very clearly and hear its name very clearly in your mind. Epo.
Yep. Oh, okay. This is
I like how
probably
as soon
gonna-
as it said make a wisdom saving throw, I just see Storm and Dove, who played in the tragedy, just going,
Fair.
This is
My
gonna
character's
happen
the one
so
who
much
kept
sooner
my
than I
character's
was
the one who kept
planning.
calling our hero all the time.
Yep, nope,
so-
definitely your fault. Okay, cool.
That's
I
why we
gave you
gotta
pretty
run
dice.
Atheris before this.
and the party influences the DM.
So, yeah, okay.
Things happen.
Shoot. Okay, I will be pondering my next decision at that point. I don't know. This is going to happen sooner than I thought. She's going to just leave.
Go back to her room.
Yeah, well, first she might actually ask Gold Glitter for a bottle.
For a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
He just sees the look on your face and sees your little thing you just did there, and he sees your eyes flash a different color for a second, then he just goes, "On the house, dear."
She just nods and she'll go
Actually,
back.
Keiko will pay for it.
Dang.
Just as long as it's in coin.
Don't tell him how to pay for things.
Yeah, she'll go. She will
But
very
you
briskly.
stole the line he was about to say, Storm. He was literally going to say, "No, my dear, don't tell."
Cash your credit. Cash your credit.
Yeah, she'll very
Yes.
briskly, avoiding the crowds, go back with that bottle.
That's so good to be back.
Yeah.
Storm, does Nyx sleep through the night, or do they get up in the middle?
I mean, honestly, I think they were one of the ones least affected by the fight, physically and mentally. Like, this is all politics stuff. This is not their purview. They don't live here. So, honestly, they probably slept well through the night, and we're under the assumption that Soldier was going to be there in the morning. So,
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
yeah.
Next up, because we already got through things, Kirku.
Hi.
So you got your flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you're doing for the night?
Care will probably not be sleeping tonight.
Usual spot at the top of a building.
Well, Care knows this city pretty well. What's the largest library here?
Oh, I haven't even shown you all this map yet. I need to bring up that map now. I got a new city map for you guys.
Or I guess the best place of archives.
Archives. Well, there is always there's just the Royal Archives, which you do have access to being in the palace. Well, resting in the palace.
Okay.
You do have access. So
Okay.
that's the thing you can do.
I was thinking, yeah, probably the Royal Archives would be where he would end up. And he'll be spending the remainder of the evening just poring over every possible record of searching for things that I've already talked to you about. Sorry,
Right.
everybody at home, got a rogue.
Yeah, we sure do got a rogue. I'm trying to find the map now. Anyway, so you are in the archives and looking for things, and you do actually give me an investigation check.
Sure. Ooh, not my best. 14?
You don't find too much on this hero you're looking into. You find a few tidbits here and there. You find a lot more about the war of the wolf, which is where the peoples of Ravira had to try to face down Fenrir the first time. So before Tierna did it 3,000 years ago. You're finding a lot more on that, and there's a name that appears to be omitted a lot.
Okay, being omitted as in it was never written, or is it struck from the archives?
It is struck.
Cool. Can I science for a minute?
Can you science for a minute?
Uh-huh.
Yes, you can science for a minute.
Cool. Are these bound records or are these scrolls?
These are scrolls.
Cool. If there are scrolls, Care is going to take a blank scroll and will place the archive down where the name is omitted. We'll take a piece of charcoal or just some charcoal out of a nearby fire, and we'll do his best to do an imprint of whatever was struck from the record. Bearing that doesn't work, there's another option, so we'll see.
Okay. I'm trying to think what should I have you roll for that.
Yeah, that one's a weird one.
It would be a skill-based roll, probably.
Maybe like sleight of hand or
Let's go with sleight of hand, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a
Let's see
stretch,
if you can
but
science your way out of this, nerd.
Excuse you.
I'll take it. It's 21. So
A lot of the letters have faded because of them trying to remove them.
mm-hmm.
You do make out the first 4 letters of the name that is constantly omitted. A-I-N-G.
Okay. All right. Cool. That's at least a start. All right. Other than that, Care will probably end up falling asleep on the pages at some point around the 4 or 5 a.m. hours. So he'll pass out at some point. And other than that, he's finished for the night, just holding on. He's got his flowers stored, so we're good.
Alrighty. So I'm probably not going to share this map because y'all are going to actually need the map for a while because y'all are just going to be doing a lot of roleplay shenanigans and I can just but so that is characters. Now you're just going to retire to the top of a building as per usual?
No, he's going to pass out on the scrolls.
On the scrolls? Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to be in the archives.
So the next morning comes. Nyx, you wake up with the sunrise, as does Karina, per her usual waking up at sunrise. And as you get up, Nyx, you see there is something stuck to your side of your door. It's not a letter or anything. It looks like a contraption.
Okay, I'll go over to it. What does it look like?
You look at it, and there's a picture of Soldier's face on it. It looks to be a metal contraption.
What in the world is going on? I need to find Nyx's voice again. It's been so long since I've used them. It's gonna be interesting. I'll try to pick up the contraption.
I mean, they're a changeling. They could change their voice.
You touch it and grab it, and it whirls open, and you see Soldier's face on there start to move. And it's just a recording of his voice and face. He goes, "Hey, Nyx Goldglitter said this is a new device he's working on. He calls it a record or something of I don't know, whatever. But anyways, that battle, a lot of things became clear to me. And we've been through a lot together. But I am going to meet up with an old friend to look for Rahel. I know you might still be mad at him, but reach out to Koshak. And he and I are going to go get Rahel. But you have your own stuff to worry about. We'll meet up soon. You go save your brother, I go save my lady, and then we can tell stories about, so there we were in the fortress or in the waters. I would prefer the waters because the forest, there's not enough ocean there. As a druid of the sea, I require water everywhere. And as a land cleric, I understand that you want to be on shore at all times. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is, please don't follow me. You're my best friend. And that's why you need to take care of your business while I take care of mine. You have a good group to help you. And I have friends who can help me. Also tell Felicity I'm sorry. And you hear, "Hi, Nyx! I stole the Minotaur. I've stolen the boy."
I'm really hoping Care didn't see that.
He was below decks. But the long and short of it is, I'm sorry. You're my best friend. And please I know you can't talk back to me on this thing. He needs to work out the way where we can talk back and forth. Magic can do that. But I'm going to miss you. Be careful. Tell Felicity that I got custody. And that's the last thing it says as it wipes.
Where does this boy get off? Hell.
I want to state for the record.
I'm so sorry, Lord.
I want to state for the record, these are Cole's decisions, not Tarvel's. So if you're going to be mad at anyone, Ruka.
Oh, no, it's fine. Have fun.
Starting off strong with swearing at
He's going to watch
someone who's not even here.
You're going to get Soldier killed because Felicity's going to kill him.
As ex-married couples do.
Does the contraption seem to still
Soldier's face fades and the contraption kind of sparks and sputters and it bounces out of your hand and it's super clearly it's a work in progress.
Well, maybe it'll come in handy. Let's see. Well, after it stops sparking, Nyx will pick it back up and put it in a actually just put it on the desk at the moment just in case.
When you pick it up, there's something kind of haphazardly tied to the back that you didn't notice.
Mhm.
The little bag that you guys have been passing of gold that you guys have been passing back and forth is attached to it.
The small coin.
Mm-hmm.
Tarvel has told me exactly what that coin is. Nyx does not know what that coin is, but okay. And they'll actually put that on their person and go downstairs.
The next you go downstairs. No one else is up yet, but there are people running around, obviously doing a lot of stuff. And one of the maids comes. She goes, "Oh, Lord Nyx,
Sure.
there is food awaiting you in the dining hall. What's left of it?"
Thank you. Sure. I'll
And
go to that.
no, thank you. And she walks away without telling you where the dining hall is.
Just like try essentially to follow my nose, or at least like the flow of people towards where the dining hall might be. Just start wandering. If it works out, it works out.
Puppy
See if
necks.
my survival skills kind of transfer into human palaces.
You get there. Before we do that, we're going to go to Karina next. She would have been the next to wake up.
A lot depends on whether or not if Fella's still asleep and just.
Actually, yeah, we'll say Fella's still asleep.
I mean, I assume Fella's still asleep.
She's wrapped around Karina very tightly, like her hair is all in
Aw.
Karina's face.
We will come back to Karina and Fella.
Yeah.
And next is
Also, with how she was, like, my whole plans of what I was going to do went out the window the minute she showed up. Like, that would be Karina going, "I probably shouldn't leave her alone. That's probably not a good idea right now."
all right. 39.
Okay.
She's like, why me?
So it just depends on what of the things on my list I want to hit. I'm assuming Hector is busy right now, but is Hector not available?
He's eating in the dining hall right now as Kylan is shoving papers and decrees at him because his master of the word died. So now Kylan has inherited those responsibilities as well.
Cool. In that case,
Until they can hire someone else or find someone suitable. Right now, Kylan is acting as a one-man, all 5 positions.
right. Okay. In that case, 39 is going to drop a giant stack of papers between the two of them.
Kylan's just going to look at it and go, "Oh, thank God I'm not king." You can push them to... Unless, well, please tell me this doesn't involve me.
Well, you would certainly be useful.
Right.
Has anyone on your council experience with ruling a kingdom?
I ruled a dukedom for a while, and we have an ally who was heir to a throne, and he's offered to pitch in. An ally you know quite well.
I would like it if you just offered me a name.
He's asked me not to speak his name when there are ears that we don't trust. Well, he gestures to like all of the soldiers, and he's like, "I would rather his name not be uttered in front of the mass public. We
That
can
is
talk
clear enough.
privately if you prefer."
That's not necessary.
Hector just looks like he's just sitting there, like staring at all these papers, and he's like, not like frazzled, but like he's just intently reading every single one of them.
Is it the ones that she dropped, or
The ones he was reading before. He's still
Okay.
reading one of the ones that Kylan had pushed at him, and Hector just kind of goes, "Well, that depends on what you." When you say stack, is it this kind of stack or this kind of
It's
stack?
like, it's pretty hefty. She's been working on this for a while.
It's like,
Would you like me to explain?
please.
Included in these documents are suggestions to prepare your city for evacuation, attacks from behemoths, dragons, all of the like. It also has instructions and suggestions on how to heal a people who has been under the rule of a tyrant. There are also a list of books to read as a new monarch, and homework.
Hector just kind of looks up at you. He looks at you and goes, I do appreciate it, but do you have experience? And then Kylan just kind of raises his hand and goes, I'd take your advice. Take your advice, Your Majesty. Thank you, 39. Was there anything else?
Your homework. It's important.
Homework. Right.
Research the kingdoms when they were at their happiest and find out what it was that made them happy. A king is not any richer than the poorest of his subjects. If it was a person, emulate the person. An idea, implement that idea. You're a servant now.
Hector kind of smirks and goes, well then, nothing has really changed for me then. I've served the people, but in a lesser capacity, so I just have a lot to learn. But I appreciate any
not
help.
lesser. You just have more responsibility now.
Quite right. And I'm thankful for those around me that are left who can help. Although it seems one of your friends has absconded with my appointed personal bodyguard. Soldier Law asked for a ship, and we had to send someone with him to watch the ship, and Kaz volunteered enthusiastically. We didn't feel right saying no. So really the ship is more Kaz's than Soldier's, but we let Soldier believe it is his. So I'm in need of apparently, he looks at Kylan and Kylan's like, you need a bodyguard.
It is required, Your Majesty, even for those who are, well, talented in defending themselves.
I can fend for myself. Well, after I saw Karina kick your ass, probably not.
Anyway, these are suggestions. Counsel with your council and implement what is useful.
Right.
I'll leave you to everything else.
I appreciate that. Hector looks down and he just goes, so which stack are we going to? And kind of like, right, well, let's start with the stack we were already reading, and that's what you hear is you do find Nyx sitting at a table by themselves with a little plate of food in front of them.
Yeah, they're away from everyone. It looks very purposeful. It's not that no one else has sat with them, it's that they're in.
We'll say a lot of people have tried to sit by Nyx, and Nyx has like shifted themselves over.
I don't think they'd be that
I'm not like super shifted
combative about it.
No one has sat right next to Nyx, but they've sat like
kind of like
closer.
that
A lot of people,
popular
like,
kid you want to be next to, but you don't want to like intrude upon their
Yeah,
space,
they're
so
like-
you're
they're
like
like sitting
close, but
around.
not.
trying to like get a look because they're all kind of whispering, and then they see 39 too, and they're like, oh, and they're pointing at her too.
It's a little bubble.
I'll go over to Nyx. Are you all right over here?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you doing this morning?
I'm managing.
Yeah.
I should have asked. I'm gonna go for a walk. If you need me, I suppose Felicity could reach out.
Where to? I might be. No, I don't think I have something.
I'm just.
Where are you going?
I would like to pay my respects to the previous royal family.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be here. We can get in contact if needed.
I shouldn't be long. I'll come back.
Okay. Stay safe.
She'll go look for wherever they've kept the royal family or buried them. I'm assuming they're not just hanging out in a floor anymore.
You ask some of the guards and they don't have any idea. So Koragar overhears this and he's helping arrange the guard, and he just goes, right. I kept them. There were some people who didn't like them either. They were trying to destroy their bodies, but follow me, lass. Koragar leads you to, he has taken them actually outside of the city.
Oh, interesting.
Kept them in a little, he's kind of hidden them. just in behind some trees. Because obviously Hector wasn't the one trying to destroy them, but like people were, and Korrigar just took it upon himself. So
Okay.
I'll leave it to it.
Um,
Probably. But yeah.
Are they being buried here?
No, Hector is working on that. It is his uncle and his cousin, so
Right.
he's working on it. But for right now, this is where they're being. This is what I'm keeping them from. The riffraff.
39 is going to look over. Who does she? Is it the entire royal family, or is it just?
It is the very decomposed body of the king, because it was stuffed in a box by Utheros.
Mm-hmm.
The queen, whose body is torn a little bit more to shreds, and the mostly preserved, like very little untouched body. You can see he's got a lot of pressure on his neck. He appears to have died from strangulation.
Mm.
But yeah, those are the three that are there.
Okay, so it's the prince, the king, and the
queen. The second queen.
Okay. 39 is going to go to the king, and she's going to stare at him for a good long while. And as she does, or after a while, she's going to grow some flowers royal ferns, and she's going to put a crown of them on his head. And she's going to hold his hand she's probably going to be there for a while, just holding his hand. And if you want, you can go to somebody else or.
No, because we have something else. So after you finish with the king, you didn't have much connection with this queen, but as your eyes pass over the prince, guess what kind of throw you have to make again?
Shoot, why?
He still looks fresh.
The 15.
Ooh. You don't know why, and you're not like bawling, but like tears just start streaming from both eyes. And you don't know why.
Okay.
Because it was a 16 is what.
Oh, dang.
So
okay.
You are crying, but not physically. Like you're not doing the motions of crying, but you're
for some reason. Yeah. Okay.
This man looks very, very familiar to you, but you don't know why.
Okay. She's going to caress his face for a minute, try to understand some kind of connection while also keeping that wall up so she doesn't.
I was about to ask.
No, she's not trying to remember anything. She's just trying to understand without getting the whole picture, but obviously that's counterintuitive.
You remember a name.
Okay.
And you know the name.
I really wanted to save you. She's going to take the bottle of whiskey that's mostly empty at this point and put it in his hand. I think maybe. I don't know why, but you might have liked this. It's not doing me any good. And she is going to set on top of the bottle a red rose, a deep red colored rose, but as she gets up and walks away, all the petals just kind of fall off.
Now we're going to go to Karaku. You awaken to a on the side of your head.
And a major crick in your neck as one who has fallen asleep in that position in the library.
Yes.
Top of my head is slightly numb. Sorry, what?
You shouldn't be falling asleep there in the Royal Archives. If anyone else had found you, that might have been, well, you wouldn't have gotten in trouble right now because you still, you're on the king's good side. But especially in the, and looky here, you deciphered some stuff.
Yes. Morning, Zid. Usually that's the greeting that people...
Morning. Well, I said good morning to you 3 times before I flicked you.
Ah, fair. All right. Zid, I need to talk to you anyways, but you came and found me, it sounds like, so what do you need?
I just heard someone was sleeping in the archives in the section no one's supposed to be in. He points at the lock that you picked on the gate on the door leading in here, and he's like, I figured it was either you or someone that I needed to kill, and thankfully it was you. But
those are technically not necessarily different from each other.
I don't need to kill you right now, Karaku. You haven't pushed me to that point yet.
Fair enough.
Or Kylan to that point, because I do whatever that man says because he terrifies me.
Fair enough.
But anyway, figured I'd wake you up. Seemed like the best thing to do to a fella who's sleeping in such an awkward position. You were lying down, but your head was crooked. It was, ooh.
Yeah, might need to work on my neck a little bit later. Regardless, I hate not knowing things, and you know that. So,
I do.
There's a couple of things I can't do my normal. I can't send out my normal feelers. Use the network if you might.
Well, I do owe you one favor, so what am I putting out feelers for?
The favor would be for the name Vidya.
Vidya. He jots it down in his little notebook. All right. Just anything on anyone of import with that name?
Connections, story, who they are, what they are, any of it. I'm going off of 0 at this point. That said, I also need information on the Blind Paladin.
That's an old story, and looks like you already got started on her.
Started on part of it, at least.
Right. Well, that one would normally cost you gold, but I'm more in the mind of a favor for a favor.
What do you got?
We're going to pan away because Rogue and I are going to talk about that one-on-one.
That's not ominous.
You don't get to know the Rogue sneaky shenanigans at the table. And I can't do whispers right now. So I'll text that out to you later, Rogue. It's probably not going to be applicable to this session, so probably
Sounds
before
good.
next session. But might be right now. You guys don't know. All right. So now, Karaku, you are awake. And we'll stop there, and then we're going to pan over to Felicity. You wake up still clutching Karina. And Karina is wide awake.
Karina would have started brushing back her hair and has actually been working braids into it just absentmindedly, just to get it back out of her face. Like, not tight ones, just enough to get it, out of Fel's face, and just as she's laying there.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I was clinging on to you. I'm sorry. She rolls over and still kind of disoriented. So she's
Bandages are not.
You were on the edge of the bed, so you fall off the bed.
Yeah.
You hear this thump and the squeak, and she pops back up.
Squeak.
Puts her hands on the edge of the bed. Good morning.
Are you all right? And also, your bandage is falling off, so.
I'm fine. This is all fine.
Felicity, I grew up with a twin sister. I'm very used to sharing my bed. It doesn't bother me.
I've never shared a bed with anyone that I can remember, so I did not expect the clinginess. I apologize. It's been a long night. She'll pop back up on the bed. I know you wake up early, and I don't wake up early, so I'm sorry if I kept you from anything.
It's just training. I can do it later.
Maybe I should join you. I could use some training.
Why?
Well, after the fight with Uthros, and let's just say I would like to rely on my own skills going forward a bit. If I can develop them, so training.
All right. Sure. I suppose if you wanted to.
Yeah, I could use a distraction. I don't foresee myself doing much else. Yeah.
You want to wait until that heals?
It can't heal, Karina. I've tried. It just hurts if you try it with magic.
To someone else?
Try to heal it? With magic?
Maybe you can't heal it. Although it seems pretty strange that a god would exact that kind of tax. But I suppose I don't really know your god. I don't really know a lot of them, I guess.
He's not a god. And see her get kind of serious for a second and then snap back. And besides, you're the only one that knows about it, technically. I mean, you're the only one that's fully seen it.
And you don't want the others to see it, I suppose.
It's nothing for me to be ashamed of, necessarily, but...
I thought you worshipped Venora.
I do. Worship Venora.
Is this part of the conversation you want to have with everyone? Because you just called her him and said he wasn't.
Yes, definitely part of the conversation that I would like to expound upon with everyone else, but to answer your main one, no one's tried to heal it with magic aside from me.
I can try, or I can bandage it again for you. Or both.
You can heal with magic?
Not much. Sometimes, usually. I used to be able to do a little. I haven't tried it in a while.
Well, if you want to try it, I won't say no. And she's kind of like, in her mind, mentally like, Loki, please be gentle. Do not hurt me too badly if this goes well.
The fun part.
Yeah, she'll turn around and kind of like lower her sleeve. You can try.
All right. And Karina has not done this since finding about Thor and all that, so this should be interesting. Okay. Karina's gonna take a moment and then just after like a couple seconds of thinking and overthinking it, just get irritated at herself and lay her hands on Fell's back gently and is going to cast Healing Hands.
Belle braces herself, knowing how much healing herself hurt. She's going to see.
Okay. The wound doesn't grow, and you don't really feel any pain, Fell, but Karina, you do notice that it does start to bleed a little when you try to heal it. But it doesn't hurt.
I don't.
It's not your fault. She like spins around, like takes her hands real quick. It really isn't your fault, and I appreciate you trying. It's the nature of it, and I will explain, I promise.
Maybe. It's never not worked before, so.
Like I said, it's not your fault. It really isn't. I'm sure it would have worked if it were any other type of injury.
I don't really know if that's true anymore, but we can not find out, hopefully. Come on, I'll bandage you up, and I think we probably need to find the others. Also, I'm not sure you really want to be training with an open wound on your back after it's bleeding again.
Another day, then. Let's find the others.
Just at least until it stops a little bit. It got worse a little. Not worse, but just bleeding.
Let's just be grateful there's only one.
Does Care know?
I don't know. I thought he did. But, I almost hope he doesn't. It would make me feel better knowing that he didn't.
All right. And I'll rebandage it, especially carefully so that it doesn't bleed through into her clothing.
Okay. Find the others.
I think that's the plan.
Okay, so do you guys go down to same thing happens? A maid come as you guys walk out of your room. She walks up, just oh my ladies, there is food ready for you in the dining hall. Lord Nix has already been sent that way. We could not find Lady 39 or Lord Kerku, as they were not in their rooms, but we will find them and direct them there as well.
Oh, yay.
All right. I will.
Oh,
Don't you dare!
Already dared.
Bell's like, I've been planning for this conversation for 2 months.
That checks out.
Karina's gonna
Sending.
see Felicity's hesitation and just link her arm and kind of guide her that direction. Just not
Follow.
like forcefully. It's just more like you're not gonna go alone. It's all right.
Yeah, as soon as Karina like links her arm, settles into it very naturally and follows.
You guys get there and you meet up with Nix. I guess that's it. Nix just hi.
Hi.
Probably been here
Oh.
for like honestly a decent amount of time now. Like
Also,
because like just trying not to have more people split up, just like a bubble of people, like
Why
a
does
veritable
everybody
bubble,
keep going places?
like
also,
10 to
done, I'm
15
coming
feet
back.
away
Bella
from
and Karina
Nix.
are the only ones who don't know about Soldier.
Yeah,
Hit me.
just
Uh,
how are you doing this morning?
slept well?
Good answer.
Sounds like a lie.
Thank you. She like blows her
Yeah,
bangs out of her
insight.
face.
Bella is not good at lying.
Yeah, you really should stop.
No,
doing
Nix
that.
is good
I
at
wasn't.
insight.
It was a nice sleep. As soon as I wasn't sleeping alone, it was fine.
There's food. I think 39 is she went off to check on the old royal family, I guess. And I still haven't seen Care.
I can go looking for them if you want me to.
I mean, I can send a messenger, or if you have a way of contacting them, Vel.
I have the sending spell, but if they're going to be right back, I don't see why we don't leave them alone.
Should be fine with 39. I genuinely don't know about Care. I haven't heard anything from him. Don't
I'm
know where
feeling
he is.
he'll find us. He has a tendency to find. Well, I'm gonna get breakfast. Karina just goes and grabs something to eat.
I'll just sit across from Nix, like,
Ooh, rude. Y'all didn't even ask about Soldier.
I'm assuming he's sleeping it off at this point. Let's be real. Karina will come back with 2 bowls of like oatmeal porridge kind of stuff with just some fruit and set one. I assume you've already eaten, Nix?
Yeah, I've been here for a while. Didn't want
Sorry.
to run off and have more people to try to find, so I figured it'd be easier if I
This
waited
is-
and kind of glance at the like bubble of people that had just surrounded the table. Like,
are you waiting for Soldier?
oh, about that. He left again
Again.
for an extended period of time this time.
Oh. Well, I hope you stay safe.
Yeah, he's with an old I don't know if I'd call him a friend, but acquaintance, party member. They're meeting up and looking for Rahel. Try to find her.
Oh, we'll miss him.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully he doesn't get himself killed.
I hope not.
I mean, he has a tendency to try, but still avoid it.
Yeah, he's got good luck that way.
He's a cleric. Oh, should be fine.
Can't revive himself.
Does he actually know how to heal?
Yes, he just refuses to.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows. He knows, unfortunately. That makes it worse, in my opinion. Yeah, so he's gone. Kaz went with him, too.
Oh, well, either they're going to end up dead or they're going to potentially overthrow government. So either way.
Just like
eyes, like
the rage.
The slow blink.
Just blinking.
I'll just like slowly just
you could do a sentence
her...
of assault. You could yell at soldier with the sentence.
Priya just pours a cup of tea and slides
she
the cup of tea to each of them. Like
slides her breakfast aside and just better stay safe. Or I will find him, and it will be hell to pay. Anyway, breakfast is so good this morning. So
haven't
fantastic.
Taken a bite.
She's gonna quickly take a bite and set her spoon back down. Delicious, fantastic, loved it. It like burns her tongue a bit.
So you notice Kylan is like staring at you, and you hear a message in your head, and he's like, "It wasn't my idea. I had to let him go. It wasn't me."
Hold up here. Hold up. Do I have?
You can respond to the message.
You can respond
if
to
you
the
sent
message,
it.
yeah.
Can she see him?
Yeah, he's looking right at you.
Oh,
yeah, she's gonna press digitation his pants.
He just looks down and he just messages like this. He goes, "I'm married to Ada. That trick has been pulled 1,000 times.
I don't care. It's the first time I pulled it.
Still not funny." He's like, "Still not funny, sister." And he just sits down next to Hector.
Sorry, Your Majesty.
Hector just looks down and looks at you and just goes, he gets back to his... Real quick, we're going to pan back to Kerku for 1 second. Kerku, you just heard what Zid has said, and he's just going, "Now, do we have a deal?"
Easy enough.
Good man. Now, I heard they got some food being cooked for you guys, and it's just breakfast. Just go get breakfast. Your friends are probably all waiting for you.
Fair enough.
Oh, but hopefully you're not the one who has to tell them about Mr. Soldier.
Fingers crossed. I'm not entirely sure how Felicity will react. Actually, Nyx is the one I'd be worried about.
Well, yeah, especially since they took the Minotaur with them, too.
Crap. Right, yes, we're going to hope that I didn't... anyways, Zid, for once, I'm going to say thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. He just holds his hand out for the arm clasp.
Kerr will grab it, and pull back, and he's going to pull out just a small vial and hand it to Zid, like, might I recommend, it's just a basic perfume. Just try that. I'm not sure it would cover the stench, but try it.
Listen, it's been a long couple weeks. I bathed. Damn it.
I'm aware, but anyways, farewell, Zid.
It's like, hey, bards think you know better than their sneaky sorts. And he just stomps as loud as his little 50-pound can stomp. Walks away. Kirku will say you make it to the dining hall without much incident, just thinking about the things you've been researching as well as the task that was just assigned to you. And there was a little bit of gold given to you for the assignment as well, just because it's fair step. So you're given about 200 gold.
Golden.
That is the first half. Second half comes when you bring him some information.
Sweet.
So
Good, I can pay for the whiskey.
you walk into the dining hall and you see Nick's looking awkward. 39's not back yet. Karina.
It's a long walk.
And Felicity looking very agitated.
Oh, Karina's eyeing her spoon and contemplating something that is very juvenile right now.
Kara will approach, and he's just like, he's got bags under his eyes, which you've not seen Kara with yet. I'm assuming, turning to Felicity, I'm assuming you already know. I'm assuming you know and were the one that told them. Turning to Nyx.
Yeah.
Fair.
Hey, Nyx, ask him if he slept well. It's probably the only time that you'll be able to tell that he's lying.
No, that was fair.
I don't need to ask him to know that.
Do they have coffee?
I'm sure.
Please, thank you. Anybody need anything? I'm going to go fill my own plate.
No, I'm good.
All right. And Kara will make his way and come back with pretty mild plate of food, but so are we all okay?
I'm fine. Everyone else, I don't. Seems like everything that's happened recently has more been your guys' purview than anything else. All the politics and gods and whatnot.
I'm fine. Seems I'm more inclined towards Nyx in this situation, as far as I had no love lost or love gained for him. So,
regardless, I had a lot of stock in this, and I want to say thank you for being part of it, lending your strength and such things. I'm good at talking. I'm not good at thinking. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, did what we could, and I'm sure when it comes down to it, we'll do the same for everyone else.
True,
Whatever it is.
I need to talk to you about some things. And Karina, I need to talk to you, and Felicity, you 30. I have a lot of talking to do.
39's not here right now.
Sounds like
39's
it.
not back yet.
Right, yeah. Whenever she gets back.
Just voguing in the corner.
Just voting on the way back.
So
Corrigar's just looking at her like, my sister has weird friends.
well, I tried to have a dinner for all of you. Didn't work out as well. I feel like we need to do something together, something to celebrate, just us, away from people, and maybe have a chance to
Get on the same page?
Yeah.
I don't know about you all, but I'm getting the impression that there's a lot of things that were missed when, with everyone leaving and coming back and running off and...
Yes. That would be a potential understatement. Regardless, lunch or dinner?
Either.
I'm just going to
maybe
throw
none
out
of it.
there, last time you all had a dinner, things didn't go really well.
Valid.
We just don't have very good track record with them.
That's fair. Admittedly, I
Picnic
wasn't the one
outside?
to cook that one, but outside would be great.
Away from the city.
Just outside the city would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Away from people for a while.
I can gather some picnic supplies?
That would be great. Do you need company?
She's gonna look at Felicity, and she hasn't finished her breakfast yet. I'm just, sure, but maybe after we all eat and we touch base with everyone.
Sure. I have a lot of research and talking to do. I'm assuming we're doing this all later, yes?
I have no
Still
idea.
pretty early.
Fair enough.
It's about 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Which I know is early for Felicity, but
I mean,
about it.
if you all have things to do, meet by the either here or at the gates at like around midday.
That would be fine. Do we know what 39 is?
She was checking on the old royals.
Right. Interesting.
She didn't specify much, so I don't know.
She rarely does, it seems. Though I can't really be too upset about that. Regardless, I'm heading to speak to Rispilla if anybody would like to join me. I don't necessarily need company, but if anybody would like to or has questions for her.
I need to go do shopping, I suppose. And so, and she kind of gives me the creeps, if I'm really honest.
If I'm being honest, same. But fair.
Also, I've not really had terribly good luck in her tower thing.
Fair. Right. Well, I'll talk to you all later. And Carol just...
You might want to take the coffee with you, because you're not making a lot of sense.
No, that's right. Okay, thank you. Grabs the coffee and then grabs a second one on his way out.
Just like double fisting mugs.
Uh-huh. At this point is...
Once he's gone, it looks like Fel lets out a breath, like,
Are you okay?
Yeah.
that was a long period for me to go not talking.
You could talk.
I could.
You were allowed to.
True.
Very, very true. In fact, actually, this has been great, but I have to make a call. And she'll like get up and clatter things. Maybe we all meet up later?
Yeah, by the front gates at
The
midday.
picnic?
Yeah.
Great. I will see you all then. And she'll get up.
Just like looking at Karina.
Fel, you do notice he's getting up that Kylan is leaving too, and you hear him tell her, I need to go and let Adam know. See you later, Your Majesty. And he bolts out the door before you can catch him.
All right. That's how we're going to play this. She's going to go to her room to make a specific call.
A specific call, huh?
Can I ask before we transition to that, just because Nyx said things, and also, how much did Fel eat?
She took that one bite.
Oh my god.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Do you know what's going on?
I'm not exactly sure, but whatever it is, she wanted to talk to everyone, and everyone's not here, and so I need to go run errands, I suppose. If you want to come, you can.
I was thinking about doing similar but different, going to look for a good spot for us outside the city.
That's a good idea.
You get food, I go find the spot.
Food, right. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna...
See you in a few hours. Yeah.
I just realized Karina has no money.
Oh my
She
God.
used it all on her. I don't know if we got any at some point or whatever. She has 2 gold to her name, so this
You
should be
haven't
fine.
gotten paid for your services yet, so if
Great.
you want, the king is sitting right up there. You can go like, hey, money.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't do that. No, she'll figure it out. Do what she can.
What was I gonna have to do? Oh, I think David was gonna give you the money, and then he died on it off screen because I rolled
well,
back. for him.
That's awesome.
I have
Well, I
so
guess if
much
you
money,
look
but I
on
think
Island, that's gonna be the money giver.
I have so much money, but I don't think you took some for one of the magic things that I got before the battle.
I don't think I have. Because y'all spent most of
Just
your
one.
money on magic items before the fight.
Yeah,
Well, I just got
spent
one-
it on new armor, so it took up everything.
I realized I didn't equip
And the diamond.
I didn't attune any of my stuff before the battle. I was going through my character sheet. I'm like, I'm
And
supposed to have cold.
I didn't think to attune it whenever we were fighting the Draco Hydras because I figured
I
you had
know.
already done it.
No, I'm like, I should have cold fire and necrotic resistance. What is going on? And I think I should have a higher AC. I didn't attune any of my magic stuff. I didn't get hit in the final battle, so it's fine.
Yay.
But
Karina, Karaku, and Felicity were like, hey, look at me, look at me.
They were.
And out
I
of
was, like,
those
flying in the
people, the
back.
only one who should be doing it.
yeah.
A soldier to an extent.
Soldier to an extent.
Karaku and Felicity, also the one that
Why are you
I would
here?
say this. My sister was just caught up, and she watched that fight, and she said, "Is Felicity want to die?" She's texting me when you did. She's mid.
She did.
Like, please tell me Fel doesn't die here because she just pretended to be Karaku right in front of the barbarian lion. I was like,
Death Wish
What a
Squad.
time. What a
Hey,
time.
That could be our name.
I was like, watching.
We are
Fates
Death Wish.
changed? No.
Yeah,
yeah.
change Death Wish.
Red
Metal
flag.
as heck.
All right,
That
so
was a
we are
wrestling.
going to. So before we go to Fel, do you guys have anything, Karina and Nick's small, you want to do before I go talk to before Fel has their conversation?
I do not need to roleplay it. Unless there's a reason. If they will let Karina do an IOU, she will go purchase the things I had messaged you about.
We'll say you bump into. We'll say Koragar stops you on the way out, also walking back with 39, and he drops 400 gold in your hand in a pouch.
Okay.
You also get that row. Everyone, Koragar finds all of you. We'll save Felicity for last, but Koragar finds everybody and gives them 400 gold.
Okay. Then yeah.
I have money
I don't-
again.
I don't feel the need to roleplay it unless there's a reason you want to, but I'll send you the full description of what
Yeah,
I came up with, and
Okay.
you
send
can
me
tell
the-
me what I got exactly, and then I'll just pick up like basic, bread, cheese,
Okay.
a
And
couple bottles
figure
of
out-
wine, that kind of thing for the picnic.
We'll figure out how much everything costs.
Yeah, unless somebody comes with me. So
Nix, do you want to do anything real quick, or do we want to sell stuff first?
Yeah, just real quick. Nyx will stand up from the table. Seems like the last one to leave. Quick glance at like everyone just like whispering around them, completely uncomfortable with this whole situation of notoriety. Leaves, goes to find a bathroom, and comes out as, I swear to God, I picked this description long before everyone had their characters, but comes out as a purple-skinned tiefling, more androgynous than Nyx is, and short black hair that kind of gradiates to white, white eyes, and kind of little starry freckles.
So, Femboy Karaku.
Femboy character.
There's an e-boy. Yeah.
And then kind of like,
Cares VTuber avatar.
and then like just 2 tiefling horns that are kind of shorter, straight out, and a little bit gem-like, purplish blue. But shifts into that, and before going out to the city proper, and then once they get behind like a tree or building or in an alleyway, wild shapes into an owl to go kind of fly out and try to find a good spot. I don't know what kind of biome is around the city.
There's
but-
a few small mountains, like small green mountains, and there's a lot of forest area around too. So that they're like clusters of forests. And then there's obviously the big forest, like from where you started the campaign, but there's a couple forested areas. There's a couple small mountains that you could, small mountains that you could fly up to. And, but choice is yours.
Yeah. They'd probably just pick like a small clearing, like in like a grove essentially, giving us like decent amount of like cover and space, but not being like full into the forest with like bugs and animals and stuff in case it's getting too deep into it for the more city folk. So just like a nice like clearing with a good amount of lighting and shelter kind of at the same time. And then once they find a good place, shift back into that tiefling form and then just walk back to the city. So just getting some time by themselves instead of flying all the way back. But that's it.
Okay, that's all you're doing. You're not doing anything
nefarious. No.
Or druidy.
I did.
I know.
Turned into an owl.
Or druidy.
Hold on. I think I had something for you, actually. Let me double check. Nope, that's for later. Never mind.
Okay.
We'll do that later. Well, stuff you wanted to do, but I was like, yeah, we can do that later. So, with that, Felicity, where do you go? Do you go back to your room, or?
I would assume so.
Okay. There's a lock on the door if you would like.
yeah, she'll lock it just to make herself feel better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you do?
She's going to take a moment to herself, kind of the nightmares that she had the night before, everything, it just kind of
Get the mood.
lingers. Yeah, it's lingering in her head. She kind of drops her mask and just I've really screwed up. She just starts kind of pacing, and finally, after like working herself up to do it, she seems to like go back and forth a few different times of whether or not she's going to do it or not. And then she casts sending to Edith. Mother, Loki has me trapped. I need your aid, please. Help me be rid of him. You said this isn't what you wanted for me.
It's 25.
Mm-hmm.
I also realized I just changed the colors to pink, and this is now green, so I have half. Oh, you have four more. You have four more. Half green and half pink right now. So this is.
You got 4 more words.
4 more words.
Please help me.
Okay. You don't hear anything back for a few minutes. And you notice outside there's no more birds chirping, there's no more, and you kind of peek out and you see right outside your window a bird in mid-flight frozen. Oh, my dear little light. And you turn around and you see your mother standing in the same room as you, right? Wearing a much more extravagant blue dress than you've ever seen her wear, pink dress with her blue skin and her horns that come up like a halo, and her long, flowing aqua blue hair. And she just looks at you and she says, "What do you mean Loki has you trapped?"
Before anything, Fel just rushes over to her and immediately
she hugs you back very gently. And she's like, "Dear, what do you mean?"
Yeah. And she just lifts up her wrist. I was cornered and scared. I didn't know what to do, and I made some bad mistakes. And
Darling, you remind me so much of her. You need to. Do your sisters know about this?
I had a
Of course Ada knows about this.
I would have gone to you first, but she said you wouldn't lend me your aid, your power if I asked.
I wasn't in a place to until very recently. I haven't been able to come back until yesterday. So I'll spare you the details, but essentially, that man made a deal, that Uthros made a deal with someone very powerful, and he locked the Fey realm away. No one could go in, no one could come out. It just so happens that my dear baby brother was outside of the realm when it happened. Now, I'm sure he's told you that he's been visiting with me and around me. He's been lying, as he does.
I've learned that.
I should thank you and your friends for freeing me.
Of course. But I don't know what to do now.
You have a few options, dear. Honora is a powerful goddess, but she does not have the power to nullify a pact with an archfey.
She doesn't speak to me anyway.
Especially not the King of the Winter Court. And as the Queen of the Autumn Court, I can. However, that would put you in you would, not in my favor, you would get you could choose to become the same deal you have with Loki with me, or I could simply help you get rid of him. However, that would result in someone more powerful than either of us. You would owe her a favor.
I don't have anything to give.
High Queen Lunera would definitely find something.
Well, I could just work under you. That's what you've trained us for, right? It wouldn't be that different.
That is an option, my dear. And I would love nothing more than to have both you and Ada working under my power. She could even teach you a few tricks.
And I'm learning that nothing is without its price. What would yours
be? She grabs
be?
your neck and spins you around and looks at the scars, and she grabs you by your chin and pulls you. Love, who were you trying to save?
Just a friend.
You let Loki mutilate your body for a friend. I recognize this pact.
Yes. I don't have a lot of friends. I saw this person worth saving. And I wanted to see the end. I wanted them to accomplish certain goals that they needed to be alive for.
She throws her head on you and she pulls your head down, gives you a kiss on the forehead, and she says, "My dear, I will gladly give you my power and force my little brother off of you. But I need to know the name of the one you made this deal for."
And why do you need the name? Nothing will happen to them if I give it to you.
Nothing. I just want to keep an eye on this person whom my daughter is so enamored with.
I'm not enamored.
Tell that to your back and your wrist.
I call him Care.
Her eyes flash blue for a second. Keku Windmere.
Yes.
You forget I can see through Ada's eyes.
He needed to live.
Odd
That is
choice.
all.
Odd choice, but no, you girls always make odd choices. It dates all the way back to Triss. All of you making odd choices.
It wasn't a choice. It's not, and nothing's been made.
Oh, hush, hush. She pats you on the head. She goes, right. My deal is a little less grotesque than my brother's. I simply need... She just opens her hands for you to hug her.
I will hug her.
You get a big hug, and she places your hand, and you feel your soul intertwine with your mother's, and you feel like that harsh presence that you felt over you that just makes you feel sick all the time is gone. He can't hurt you anymore. And I won't let him near you or your sisters again.
Thank you.
He's just declared war in my eyes. And she looks at you and she just looks and she says, darling, have you eaten today?
The food's not great. I was feeling rather sick.
Well, go eat some food.
Yes, Mother.
And tell Ren, if when you see Renna, tell her I'm sorry. She'll know what I mean.
But before you go, I've learned a lot about our family, during my time here.
Oh?
I didn't know you were an archfey, for one.
So, I didn't think it was the right time to tell you before you gallivanted off on your own.
Why did you keep it all from me? Why was I so isolated from everyone else? Why did I not know?
If you had just waited a few more months.
For what?
Doesn't matter now.
Well, if it doesn't matter, can't you tell me?
I'll say this, keep an eye on that blood brother of yours.
Corica?
Well, I suppose your sister will be keeping a better eye on him than you will, but she's not talking to me. Your blood parents, well, at least your father, is involved in some things that I'd rather you stay clear of. And thankfully, it doesn't seem like your brother's involved, but he could become. And I want to make you to promise me one thing, as a light. You stay away from that sword.
Which sword? There have been a few of them, I believe.
Not Kylan's. There's another one. You promise me you do not touch it.
What will it do?
Promise me.
I will do my best. We know incidents happen. I'm not good at lying. I can't promise you when I don't know what'll happen.
Well, good enough. After I sort some things out, we'll have another conversation and I will tell you everything that I can.
Thank you for saving me.
You're welcome. Now I must petition the High Queen to find a new king of the Winter Courts. I'll be a little busy, but I'm still there to help you. I'll still be there to help you when you need. She caresses your cheek, and she puts her hand over, and the scar is still there, and she heals the scar on your back and hand. And she goes, I like your hair better when it's all pink.
Thank you.
And Craig still has a really long hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Fel didn't do her routine, and so it's like, she goes, Felicity, dear, you should probably brush your hair before you...
It actually has a bunch of random braids in it right now.
There's braids everywhere, and Edith is like, someone was being nice. And just like folds it back.
I've been a bit of a mess.
Remember, dear, you're a bliss.
Of course. She straightens up a bit. I won't forget again.
All right, well, I'm going to deal with some things. Have a conversation with Ada. And then I'm off for a while. You won't be able to contact me for a bit, but you will have access to the PAL. Similar to your uncle's, but a little bit more flavorful.
And go easy on Edda. She's under a lot of stress.
Well, with what her husband is about to have to do.
Yes, I'm sure.
Probably go console her later today. Not for a while, but basically the conversation I'm seeing them having right now, it's not pretty. But anyway, I love you very much, Felicity, and please be safe, and no more sacrificing yourself for other people.
I've learned my lesson.
That's right. Your mother has it now, so no more. It's me and Venora.
I'm sure you'll keep it safe. As you always have.
Do my best. Well, I love you.
I love you too.
And just like that, everything starts moving around you again. And she's gone. There is a little painted picture on the bed, though, and it's a little picture that you painted for her when you were little. And she wrote in very fancy cursive, "This was always one of my favorites," and it's just a picture of you hugging your mom. It's a little that you made probably when you were like 5, 6 years old, so it's not great, but
yeah, she just picks it up and looks at it for a second. And she'll just tuck it away, gently fold it, look at her wrist.
You do notice that there's a new brooch on your outfit, and it just has the Bliss clan symbol. Instead of scarring your skin, she gave you a little item. Basically what I'm getting at here is Loki went a little extreme to make your life hell.
Yeah, she's just going to walk over to her, any mirror reflection, take a minute, gather herself up, straighten. No more mistakes. And then she'll leave.
All right. And now, eeny, meeny, miny, moe. So with that, Felicity is no longer a warlock of the summer or of the winter archfey. She is a warlock of the autumn archfey. So, better color scheme. Lots of pinks and. So now we're going to pan to. So Karina, you got. Let me actually look at what you sent me, and while we're doing that. 39, you come back to the hall.
And everybody's gone.
And everyone's gone, and Koragar just looks at her and goes, all right, well, you probably should, Aye! King, sir! And he was about to call him Princely, stopped himself and goes, and he asked a question, goes, right, your friend Kerku went to that mage tower that you're so fond of. Oh, it appeared in the middle of town. She made it just show up. That woman. So, just so you know, we will be holding a funeral for them tomorrow.
Yes.
I got to go talk to my sister because we're holding David's tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Have fun looking for all your friends.
She's gonna stand there for a good minute, not knowing what she should do, but also absorbed in other things. She figures that someone's gonna find her when they want her, so she's gonna go look library archives specifically for what I sent you, Cole. She's going to do her own research. She's going to let somebody know, so if one of her companions comes looking for her, they know where to find her. And she's just going to stay put, because rule of thumb is if you're lost, you just stay where you are so someone can find you.
Why would you think to tell somebody? That's like logical.
She's isn't
I'm
with
trying to find your
anybody.
list again.
She told Nyx that she was going to do the thing. Then she comes back and nobody's there. So she's told some servants and say, hey, if you see so and so, let them know I'm here.
Do let Korrigar know for Fel since he's going to Fel.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll just highlight it for you, Cole, in our private chat.
Oh, right. I know there were certain things, but I can't find the list. Oh, there. Wait, is that it? No. I'm trying to find.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 7, 8 messages above from the bottom, but it's fine. I'm just gonna go do some research.
Okay, you're doing your research?
And I'm gonna stay there until somebody comes for me or sends me a message, so I'm not hard to find. And half the castle knows where I'm at.
Okay, so you're going to be doing your research, and I'll tell you what you find out next time we get to you.
Okay.
Now it's Karaku's turn.
Immediately as Karaku exits the castle himself, his demeanor fully changes. He just goes back into a much more serious tone, and hands the coffees to random people and beelines to Rispilla's tower.
Okay. All right. You go to Rispilla's tower. It's the exact same tower. It looks like there's like little cracks in the ground around it, so it looks like she just literally teleported it from one place to the other. And you hear a lot of noise inside.
Do I really want to do this? Oh, okay. He'll just... Rispilla? Hello?
One of her automatons, Lucky, opens the door and he goes, "Oh, hello, Master Karaku. The lady is at the top of the tower."
Fair enough. Am I okay to head up?
"Of course, sir. She is expecting you."
Thank you. And he'll just walk by.
You see that chaos comes from, there are like 35 different automatons working on different things on the ground floor, and as every floor is you're cycling up, there's like at least 10 more automatons working on stuff. You see a ton of magical items in this area.
Focus. All right. Moves up towards the top of the tower.
Okay. You go to the top of the tower. Rispilla is sitting there, and for once, you get to the top, and you open the door and close behind you, and it is dead quiet in that room. And she's just looking at one book, flipping through it slowly. Not wearing her big goggles, she's just reading it.
Well, this is certainly a change of pace for you.
"Oh, hello, Karaku."
Rispilla. May I?
"Of course."
So Carol, walk over. Is there a seat by her?
Yep.
Cool.
Seems like she pulled out a chair specifically for a guest.
Awesome. Perfect. So Carol will take a seat. Well, you seem to be rather into a lot of things, so do you already know why I'm here?
"I have an inkling, but I'm not omniscient. You'll have to tell me."
Fair enough.
There's also the slowish of her talk. It's not like the fast-paced, like 5 words a second type of talk. She's very deliberate with what she's saying, which is not usual.
Yeah. As Care sits down, can he notice the book? Or like, is there a title? Does he notice any writing?
There's no title, but you can see the symbol of the heads of Tiamat on the cover. And the book itself is red.
Right. Interesting reading.
"I'm researching somebody who came knocking at my door, and I'm not liking what I'm reading, so I'm working to ensure he doesn't show up here."
Care to share?
"Maybe later. What do you need today, Karaku?"
What do I need today? Number of things. First thing, you have a bit of knowledge on histories. And we have a mutual friend that you are more familiar with.
She looks up at you. Are we referring to 39 or Kilakzu?
Yes.
I figured as much.
So, let's start with the easy one. Kilakzu.
She closes her book, puts it down, grabs an identical book that is green. It's much easier going reading. She hands it to you.
Care will take it, and fair enough. Am I okay to borrow this?
I have 3 copies.
Perfect. Carol just tossed that in his bag. Then in that case, on to 39. You've spent some time in her head.
A lot more than she knows.
I've spent some time there as well, with her permission.
So you saw the gem space.
I did.
How deep did you go?
Subconscious.
The
blind paladin.
I do know a lot about that.
Care to share?
Roll persuasion check.
Right. Thank you. Oh, let's see. That's... well, let's see. Rolled kind of low, so 23.
She rolled a nat 1, so that is 20.
Hey, we'll take it.
I heard it. You'll be wanting to look into the name Angle Banriona.
Angle, that's the rest of the name. All right. Found the start of it, at least.
And she has some old friends still living.
Oh? Are those the ones mentioned in the stories?
A few of them. Obviously, the dwarf and the tiefling wizard, they didn't survive. Well, the tiefling wizard got eaten, but...
Sure. Any I can contact quickly?
So, not from her group that fought the serpent, but there is an old friend of hers who lives nearby.
Do I get a name?
She writes it down, hands it to you.
Lovely. Huh. That's a curious one. And they're nearby.
They are living kind of on their own. Frankly, I don't have any problem telling you because I have bigger fish to fry.
Interesting fish.
He is above in the forest heading north. That's all I know. I don't know exactly where he is. Several thousand-year-old persons, very, very good at hiding their tracks.
Some of them just die to do it.
The other two, I can't say if they're still alive or not.
Right.
The shifter and the... Well, if there's one I do know, Lady Atropa is very much alive.
Right. Well...
But on another continent, so she probably won't be much help to you.
My network doesn't quite reach that far yet. But regardless, I do thank you for your candidness. Anything else I should know?
She materializes a copy of the Red Book. She goes, there are only 2 of these in existence. And it's best you lot are prepared.
Grabs the book.
Let's just say that Nyx is heading into a world she knows nothing about. Or they know nothing about. And their brother, either. You see a glimpse of, as she's getting distracted, a shimmer of white scales appear on her face for a second.
Interesting.
Quickly dissipate. And it quickly comes back to her satyr form.
I can see why you've befriended 39 so quickly.
What was that?
Nothing. She's easy to like. Regardless, is there anything you need from us? I should say me, I don't speak for the group.
I won't be here for much longer.
Hmm.
I'm going to protect my kind, my people, and just be sure to avoid anything that is very clearly out of your breath, lad.
Fair enough.
This one. Stay away from Asher.
Can't promise I can do that, but at least not quickly. I'll try to hold off as long as I can.
Do your best. Now, will that be all?
There's some shinies downstairs. Anything of interest?
Good day, Kerku. She snaps her fingers and you appear sitting on the floor in the middle of the city. And you look down and where the tower was is gone. There's a huge hole in the ground. Well, not hole, it's like a cup. It's like in the ground, but not a huge hole.
Sure, divot.
Divot, yeah.
Huh. That was worth asking, at least.
I'll say this, your bag does feel a little heavier, so she gave you a little present, but I'll put that in your inventory for later.
Dope. Kier will stand up, make sure his flowers didn't get crushed in the fall. Okay. Off to have a conversation. And he kind of lets his demeanor fall back into the somewhat not quite awake, and starts making his way back to the probably food hall, and would he needs more research. He'll probably head to his room.
Okay. So you get to your room, and I will say this, do you look at the 2 books she gave you?
First one absolutely will be Killock.
So it's not actually specifically about Killock.
Sure, the green one, I should say then.
It is the history of the chronological timeline of each of the Green Dragon Lords. There have only been 3. The first 2 chronologues of these are very short. They're only about a couple chapters worth. Killock is a majority of the book. Seems he's the only one of the Green Dragon Lords that's been able to keep himself alive for more than 50 years before getting. And there's a common name that keeps coming up on who kills the Green Dragon Lord. And that name is Arcos.
Awesome. And these are, he's just quick reading right now, not deep diving at the moment, but
yeah,
just grasping information as best he can from college study days.
Gotcha.
But yeah, he would spend the remainder of his time until they get to midday, as they agreed, and head down.
Okay. So you head down, and no one else is there yet. Well, Felicity's there. Felicity's just sitting there in the Grand Cathedral, just in a chair. Seems kind of zoned out.
Huh. Carol will walk slowly over to her. And may I join you?
Sure.
Kara has a seat. I have... And Kara just looks around to see if anybody's there. I have a lot to say. And there are a lot of words that I am struggling to find that I do not know how to communicate. First, I ask your forgiveness. I did not realize how much you had done for me. How much it meant. I'm a fool. And if you choose not to speak, I understand, but just know that many of the promises I made to you, in being loyal, the words I've spoken to you, caring about you, it's all true.
It's okay. I involved you in things that I shouldn't have involved you in. First and foremost, I realized that love is built on choices, and I took yours from you when I let Loki have a say whether or not you lived or died. And I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done a lot of things, despite the intentions. But it's okay. You made your own sacrifices, and I made mine, and we're not so different from each other. It's just that we have our eyes on different people.
What do you mean?
I was really mad at you, you know, when you jumped in front of 39, knowing what had transpired beforehand, when I let you into my mind, when I told you about Loki and the possible price, and you still jumped. And I was mad and confused, but then I realized that I was being hypocritical. What you did for 39, I had done for you in different ways. And so I couldn't be mad after that, because whether or not I'm good at seeing my own type of love life, I'm better at seeing others. And whether you realize it or not, you said enough without words. Say what?
Didn't want you to say what you were about to. Felicity. Will you accept a fool for a friend?
Of course. I never stopped. It might take me a minute to adjust, but I will be fine.
I will try not to make it difficult on you, and there is much I still need to learn. I still need to figure out. There are things that have been so foreign to me for so long that I cannot fully comprehend them. Just frustrating.
If anything, Karaku, you should count it as a blessing that someone has awoken that in you again.
not just someone. Your goddess doesn't understand love. You have a greater understanding of it than she does.
Maybe because I've wanted it for so long.
And you deserve it. More than you know, and I wish so powerfully that I could be the one to give it to you.
I'll give you a piece of advice, Karaku, and it's something that I've told myself a couple of times, but more so now than ever. But the number one rule of love that we learn as clerics of our kind is that you cannot force someone else to love you, even if you wish it.
Even if they wish it.
You'll find your own way. And I will be your friend through it. I can't guarantee that I can help, like I've promised before. I am human after all.
I would not ask it of you.
But I do hope she reciprocates.
You know I've walked away from love before. I can deal with it.
It's not fun.
No. And at least, well, we have more in common now then. Maybe we can use that to build a friendship on.
It's not hard to be a friend to someone. Not as hard as I think you think it is.
In my world it is, but I'm going to rely on you to help me. Help me learn.
Just don't rely too heavily.
You are still my son.
Yes, but as we know, sons do have to set at some point. But hopefully by then, you'll have a different sky.
The sun warms the earth regardless of whether it loves him or not.
Indeed.
And the moon shines thanks to the sun.
You should know. Loki won't be an issue anymore. So you should watch your back. I won't be able to revive you in those means anymore.
That changes some things.
Changes what?
How?
I called for help.
Would Care have noticed the new brooch?
Mm-hmm.
Care will just look at that for a moment.
It's shiny.
Mm-hmm. Maybe for the group to know.
To be honest, I don't know how much I'll tell them. I want them to know, but at the same time, if I can spare some of the details, I might. It's rather embarrassing. I've already had to tell the story once.
It's far from embarrassing what you did.
Perhaps it's just still an open wound.
A wound that took courage to receive. And one that I can never thank you enough for.
You can thank me by knowing your feelings.
I'll have to ask you to be patient on that one in that case.
And in that I am a saint.
You are a saint in more than that. We got this. Thank you.
I don't regret it.
Karina just walks in and she's been standing there the whole time. I'm just kidding.
Hi, Karina.
She walks by, sees that through a window. I don't know.
Karina's not here.
She just left.
Stop, Pilgrim. Oh, you know what? She just left.
Uh-huh.
You walk in,
Nope.
and just by.
I'm out.
Nix is gonna meet by the gate.
We're just gonna go by the gate.
Actually, that's what we were told. Where we were told to meet.
Yeah, that was the
Oh.
plan.
Yeah, I know.
But Karina would have come back to put what she purchased, other than the food, back in her room.
That's what I
But
figured.
she would have
Yeah.
very carefully tried to avoid whatever that was.
Yes, the 6'10" woman is trying to avoid being seen.
Hey, they're very
Not
focused right now.
business.
Yeah,
We're
we
very
were pretty
focused
locked
being
in.
friends.
That's not my circus. No,
Exactly.
Oh, crap, that is my circus, and it's my monkeys.
Nope.
And with that, we are actually going to go take our break, and then we will be back with part 2 after that very emotional moment. Now it's going to be a lot of probably more emotional.
Probably more.
Probably
It's
more.
fine.
We love
That's
it.
one,
Feelings.
guys.
It's our favorite.
Oh, the feelings.
I gotta go pop popcorn.
Is this what you guys are waiting for this whole time? Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's so more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! Axes are short. That's a new t-shirt! What the? What? Is this thing a Gumby? Stretch Armstrong over here? What's that? What this like a dolphin? Oh! What? What? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! What? Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! Let's go, baby! God, let me... I'm on fire! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! God, mother! I don't even know what to tell y'all. That was crazy.
Welcome back, everyone. Where we left off before the break. Kariku and Felicity had a very sincere heart-to-heart as Karina tried to creep away when she saw them when she walked in. She was like, nope. And she met Nyx at the gate. And we're gonna, before we do that, obviously I'm assuming Kariku and Felicity both go to the gate as well. We're gonna pan back to 39.
I was gonna say this will just be like a quick thing that you can add into it, but I was going to send an owl animal messenger to find
Everybody?
39. Well, not everyone, 39, because I don't know personally
She's
if
the
anyone's
only one who
found her or
doesn't.
not, to tell her to meet us at the gate at midday.
39, what are you doing?
I'm researching.
We're still researching?
Yes.
Little owl flies in the window and just perches on top of your head.
And you hear Nyx's voice from the owl say, "We're meeting at the gate at midday for a picnic outside. We'll meet you there."
Okay. Does 39 find anything in her research?
Well, let's see.
This is a really, this is kind of a, I don't know if this has, ever been a thing. I really screwed myself over, not realizing how badly, until after I talked to you. So...
From everything you're researching, there's not a lot of ways to cure this. You do read something about when a person has two different souls, they can sometimes get jumbled up. But it is a rare occurrence.
All right, she's going to the gate.
Okay. I noticed something I just thought of. Okay. So you guys all meet at the gate. Felicity looking much less green. She's much more pink all around. And you guys all meet up.
I just realized Karina would have noticed that when she was braiding the hair.
Where's this green coming from?
You went through a rebellious teenage phase at the age of 25?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a spot for us. More kind of secluded. It's nice. If you want to follow me, it's not too far.
Lead on.
Lead everyone to it's probably 10-minute walk just outside the city walls, tiny bit into the forest, into a small grove of trees large enough that the sun kind of shines down in the middle, but in between a bit of a valley, so there's just a bit of kind of a stillness to the air. For us to talk about whatever we need to. I think Karina got food.
Well,
Once there, I'll just pull out just meats and cheeses, just, basic fare.
Well,
And
she's doing
3 bottles of wine.
nice.
lovely.
While she's doing that, I'll kind of just put a little bit of vine and flowers druid crafting kind of around the grove, just to give a little bit more privacy, just specifically on the city end, so making a light wall just to one side.
Well, this looks lovely.
Thought it'd be peaceful. Nice to be out of the city for a change.
Certainly. Though admittedly, it's the first time I've been in a city in a long time that I've felt like I could at least somewhat not look behind my back.
Kind of always feel like that in cities.
Fair. Can certainly do that. Well, I have questions, but we should probably eat first. Do we want me to?
It's already all laid out. Karina's just like looking over.
How's 39 looking?
Tired. Quiet. Pretty stoic.
I mean, she can do that.
Let me. But as she is sitting there, her nose does start to bleed. At least, it's that purple, that pale purple, what you think might be blood. Wipes it
I'm
away.
just thinking of that meme that it's 39 being tired. 39 was tired. I didn't know she knew how to do that.
Yes.
Didn't know she knew how to do that.
I am proud of the spell, Rogue. You missed a NPC that I did an entire stand-up bit, basically, of just an NPC as John Mulaney.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty funny.
And then Jacob just ended it with one word. Have you ever seen a ghost? No. All right, sorry. Little side.
She just wipes it away.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Fell just takes out a little hanky and hands it to her.
We'll take it. Thank you. It's fine. I'm managing.
Insight check.
Any? Yeah. My passive insight is 19. Oh, now I roll good. First time in solo, I got a nat 20 on an insight check.
Hey.
Yes.
So that's
rolled 3 nat 1s in a row in the final battle.
I
got a 26.
I got a 29.
Okay, I'm not even gonna try to persuade
I
her
rolled
to
a
see.
16, but they've got it covered. I'm just gonna keep cutting up
The healers are just like, you're hurt. Explain.
So, in a matter of her opinion, she's fine and she is managing.
I'll say, actually, Felicity, you can tell that she is not physically injured, but there is something going on. You actually, Nyx, with your dealings with a lot of more mystical things, something's going on with 39. You can't tell if it's her spirit, if it's her soul, if it's her mind. It's all of the above, but you can tell there's nothing physically wrong with her. Could be a lot wrong in other places. And you rolled the highest, so you get all of the good nonsense. So you can just tell something ain't right. Oh, man.
So
Rogue, you kind of the same thing since he rolled 31.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
I will say with Nyx's background, that's what gave them more of that. And so for you, with what you've learned, though, you notice there's something going on here with 39, but you already kind of had an inkling. And now Nyx is a little bit more aware that something's going on with 39. And Fel, you have a bit of an idea. You can just tell she's not physically hurt.
Yeah. I'm going off of the last time she found 39 hurt.
So, I feel like we need to... I don't know why I'm doing all the talking. This is not...
It's actually rather entertaining. Please. No, it's great. It's actually a nice break for once.
She's just like, soldier's gone. I have to talk more for him.
Probably because I'm not really... not really the one that has anything that's hiding or anyone leaving things out. We need to get on the same page with a lot of things, I feel like.
We're going to go help you, are we not?
So you said this was a couple days before I got the sending with your...
Yeah.
So
Well,
I would have.
It's just before. It might be
Yeah.
one day, it might be a couple days. Who knows?
So I had gotten the information that something was going on and we need to get there eventually, but
yeah, you don't know your
this
brother.
wasn't like this immediate. I
Yeah.
think I knew that he was in there,
You know
but it
it's
wasn't like.
involved, but you don't know that it's urgent yet.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten the sending directly from him. Okay. Just trying to keep everything in track. I mean, yeah, sure, eventually, it seems like they had things kind of under control, or at least delayed a bit, but, I mean, we need... it feels like with us being occasionally separated from others, that we haven't been, not dishonest, but left things out. Not everyone is up to the same speed. Want to go first? I guess the only thing that I have to hide that most of you know. And I'll turn towards Care. I don't know if this matters, but I'll switch to my changeling form, so the full, mostly white and purple.
Oh,
This has been a lifelong thing?
Yeah.
Cool, that would have been extraordinarily useful to know a while back.
I'm not as good at lying to people.
No, that... perfectly fine, I'm not...
Disguising, sure.
No,
And
it's actually quite brilliant. I know a handful of your kind. But... yes, no. Brilliant, I'm glad to know about it. Put that...
Care.exe is broken.
We're going to put that in back pocket for a while. That might come in handy later.
I think
I
this
can
is
do
the first time
voices
someone
very
else
well.
has flustered him.
Uh,
I can do voices very well. Once I turn into a person, it's automatic. It's not even it's like practice. It's just I can mimic.
oh. That would explain a reaction you had to me a while back.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm.
Anyway, but that's all I had. You guys seem to have more important stuff. And they'll like switch back to their Elven.
Can I do a follow-up question for this? Never mind. Actually, I just realized as a player we don't know about that yet, so never mind. Can't ask that question just yet.
Gift of care.
Karina just starts handing out a glass of wine to everybody.
You.
The others? Questions, comments, concerns, stories?
That's usually soldier. Everybody's up to speed on where soldier is, correct?
Yes.
All right. Just making sure.
I will say at some point Tarvel sent me a message he has specifically for Felicity that he's going to cast via sending.
Oh,
Oh
lovely.
boy.
Oh no.
Before we get into the serious stuff, I can do that now or I can wait a little bit.
It's up to you.
You get a message, Felicity. You get a sending comes in. Hello, ex-wife. I'm sorry to say I have stolen, well, not stolen, you can't steal your own child. I have taken my son, and we're going on a super fun sailor pirate adventure. What? We're not going to be pirates? What? Yeah, the king gave us a boat, and we're taking that boat. Kaz had to come because he's part of the royal court, so he had to supervise
And he's
the
out of
boat.
words.
Gesture style.
By some miracle, you come back alive. I will kill you with love.
Get a message back. And it's
Oh boy.
because he wrote a lot.
Oh, jeez.
Listen. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna roleplay this one. Listen. You know he likes me more because I tell him funny stories. You just nag him.
Fun. I
We have fun with our son.
am a joy. plenty of good stories.
I just imagine all of us sitting here watching just one side of this conversation.
Sorry, Soldier's being inaccurate with his messaging. 1 second. I am a thrill. Wrong wording, but that's what she says.
Phrasing.
Watch your phrasing there.
See, I can be fun. I can be edgy.
He just pours another glass of wine for Karina.
Karina hasn't taken a single sip.
Oh,
So
I'll take it.
You're about as edgy as a spoon.
You want to test that theory? Come here.
Done.
And I will-
Listen, I'll keep Kaz safe. You keep Nick safe. Deal? Question mark. He says question mark out loud.
Like you're dictating to a phone.
He'll just come back safe,
Good.
you oaf.
Kaz can swim now.
Thank goodness.
He didn't know he couldn't.
Oh no!
He jumped after a shark. That is.
Is there a way to block a number? Yeah, via magic.
But he's okay. And can swim now.
Someone puts up Liam's tiny hut. He can't send through it.
Right.
Listen, this is not going to be a regular thing. It's just
Do I have it yet?
Check on Kaz, then you can reach out to Soldier. But
Soldier just wasted like 6 spell slots for
They
this.
just spells for healing.
healing is
Oh,
for
boy.
land clerics.
You're a land cleric.
I am a sea druid.
Stop wasting spells.
Make me.
Oh my god.
He's probably
Gotta
out
be
of
out by now.
I think he's out. Yeah.
He just stops responding,
Oh, yeah.
concentrating really hard, like, don't.
So it
Done.
was literally just supposed to be, hi, I'm taking care of Kaz,
Actually.
taking care of Nyx. Kaz likes me better, bye. But I had to
Go
argue.
for it, man. She's
Technically-
just like,
So you guys, after talking with Nyx and having Nyx talk about like their side and like what they needed to talk, you just see Fel like, excuse me, just like.
Technically, he had 9 sendings, but that goes into 6th level spell slots.
It's funny.
she just excused herself real quick and was like pacing back and forth, saying all of these things.
Doing the Italian hands.
Oh, yeah.
Did a couple of these probably.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Once she's sure that he's gone, she'll sit back down.
welcome back.
Everything.
It was
alright?
Soldier.
Oh. I gathered.
Yes, he said some very things that I am not going to relive again. But he's fine. Kaz is fine. They can both swim. And it'll all be fine. I think.
And are you?
I'm better, actually. Well, I guess I ought to tell you all. But I want to start this with the disclaimer that it's no longer an issue, which I'm so glad I can say. But during the fight, I know some of you noticed me acting rather oddly. To say the least. I had a bit of a pact going. It's no longer active. With this specific person. But I had gotten into some trouble. And yes, the reason I was acting oddly, it was because of that pact that I'd made and is no longer. As of this morning.
Okay. Still have the weird new powers, or are those gone too?
So, please don't hate me for this. The person that I made the pact with was Loki. I was rather cornered, and turns out He's actually part of the Bliss family. He's our uncle. So I was in a bit of some family trouble, bit of some hot water. I got cornered, and I reacted out of self-preservation and in preservation of another. And I...
Wait, he threatened you to make you
Well, not...
make a deal?
It's Loki. His words aren't exactly kind suggestions.
He twisted his words.
It was my own fault, to an extent. Yes. I was scared. All I could see were my sisters in those coffins, and after a conversation with Ada, I was convinced that it was an inevitable for me. Due to our family and the business there, I was sure that in one way or another, he would get me. It was just a matter of when. And so I chose to use it as a buffer during the Battle of Utheros to hopefully guarantee us a victory. I did not expect to survive it.
So, when you told some of us that you... about Loki, and we promised to help you, you didn't think we would?
I relied on myself as I have my entire life almost. I wanted to think that I could, but I'd never been in this sort of situation before. And I apologize for acting how I did. I realize as I told another earlier, I realized that I made the wrong choice for people I shouldn't have involved. And I could beg your forgiveness. I know he's done damage to all of us, in one way or another. But I banished him. With some help. Apparently there's some discourse in the Fey realm. He was on the outside of it. And let to roam. But I summoned my mother, and she cast him out. He shouldn't be able to bother us anymore. At least if he tries, it will be with severe consequence.
Your mother can banish an archfey?
Well, she's his sister. I don't know much about the archfey. I just recently discovered that that's what they were. Like I said, it's been quite a whirlwind, and I reacted a lot out of the desperate need to protect.
Why would we hate you for that?
I know that Loki is the enemy, and you don't make deals with enemies, not without hurting your friends. But I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't really thinking about anything aside from the fear I felt during that time.
Fae will do what they can to make you think you're making the right decision.
I knew I wasn't. But I didn't see any other option at the time. I just wanted to survive. Well, I wanted you all to survive certain circumstances, and I thought if it was inevitable, I might as well try to get what I could out of it. So I did. That was my thing. I didn't want to tell anyone sooner because I wanted Utheros to be surprised should there be someone around us who ended up betraying. And good thing I didn't. But I wanted to take him out. So.
What about your injury?
It's... My mother healed it.
And this new deal, is it safe for you?
I love my mother, as old as she is. She's the only one I had growing up, really, aside from Rena, and occasionally some of my other sisters. I trust her as much as I can, trust parental figure. And she's much safer than Loki. What she asked of me, or what she will ask of me, is what I would already give her, most likely. As a bliss, it is a reminder. I've received a lot of those lately.
And as Felicity is a person.
As what?
A person.
What exactly are you asking?
Anna just shakes her head, looking more weary. I have told you. It is not a bad thing to want to please others and to become who they see in you. But you're more than just a bliss. And as a person who is not attached to any name or title or power, if you look back in history, the greatest figures are the ones who didn't rely on just themselves and a name, but on the people that they kept with them. They rounded themselves out, made themselves whole. Because they were surrounded by people who accepted them as who they were and not who they wanted them to be. You're more than a bliss, Felicity.
And you are more than a number. But we know they're attacked to these things. I'm fine with the path that I'm on. More so now that I am with my mother. I still have the capabilities to protect. And I have you all, hopefully. And 39. I hope you would rely on us too.
I do. And I will have to.
Then let this be a segue. What is wrong with you?
That is a specific question. I have a memory loose on the surface of my mind, and it has been affecting me since it got past my defenses. It is a memory of significant pain that is looping. I feel it even now. And so I am doing what I can to function as I did when I abused my hand for this very purpose. I don't know how to fix it. Books tell me very little. My next intention was to consult with Gold Glitter. I thought perhaps if I could let you into my head, Felicity, maybe if you touched it, but it's so dangerous. I don't want it to hurt you. It already dug its claws into care for a brief moment when he first came into my mind. But I knew he was coming.
There might be some solutions. I could send for your creator. Well, when
He
you feel
cannot.
ready.
Not him. He cannot now.
When you feel ready, and you would let me into your mind, I would gladly tread it. It does not scare me. And if it would help everyone here, as well as you, I believe it well worth the price. You are just as much of a family here that, I don't mean to be too forward with you all, especially after sharing such strange news, but I do consider you like family, all of you. And therefore, I want to do what I can to keep you all safe. Even if it's from yourself. If you would rely on me for such things.
We will see what can be done then.
Perhaps it is something I can help with, since I have already been in your mind. Perhaps there's a bridge.
And I've gained new telepathic abilities that I haven't used much either. Mostly training, so I could actually converse with you all when I'm in my animal form, but it hasn't really came up much.
That would have been useful when you first turned into a spider.
I know. Well, that's got a lot of questions when I don't have that ability, but now I do. So. A small ability to see into other people's minds. But.
Felicity led off with an apology. I'll follow her example. I haven't exactly... Trust is not an easy thing for me. My livelihood doesn't exactly allow for it. And trust, I don't mean necessarily just expecting everybody's out to kill you, but trusting that people can get their own things done and can take care of themselves, can do what they need. I haven't been trusting of you all. And that is something I wish to change about my own behavior as we go forward. If you'll still accept me as part of this found family. As for secrets, there are numerous. Many I've been asked to keep by others. Others I don't wish to burden others with. And I know the hypocrisy in that sentence. But I ask your patience as I try to figure out how to trust and how to rely on others. That said, I have numerous questions for all of you, but now may not be the time.
We're already here, Karaku.
If we wait this any longer, there might be a dragon that comes out of the sky and attacks us all.
No, that's fair. Speaking of which, and pulls out both of the books. I spoke with Rispilla. We've got some research to do. I'll start on this and try and get the most information that we can, but there's a lot going on. I'm trying to make sense of the board at this point, and there are numerous pieces, numerous boards, and incredible numbers of threads. So, if I don't tell you everything right away, it's maybe because I don't understand it just yet. Give me time. That said, let me start here. Karina. Loki was once involved at your temple. I know very little of it, but I do know Loki was once involved. What happened?
This is where I'm not sure how much Karina knows. I know.
Give me a history check.
Like, I know things, but I don't know how many of those she knows, so.
Okie, man.
Trying to fight off all the bliss knowledge and like retorting back. I'm like, Nyx does not know any of that. Nyx knows nothing.
I'm not a tropa. I'm not a tropa.
The whole time, and just like snarky comment. Nope, that's not Nyx.
I put things in the ground right next to the daughter of a man I murdered.
Whoops.
It's fine.
I forgot I have advantage on insight. Sorry, I just looked at my character sheet. 21.
Nice.
21. I know I've sent you some stuff on this, but you recall a couple...
I can start talking. You can start stopping me.
You know... It's tricky to say how much Karina does with a 21. That's real good. You know what? I'm just going to do a little die roll again, so we'll see. Okay, you know a lot because that was a natural 2, so...
Hey!
Karina knows... She doesn't know every single detail of the event.
I found the note that I was like, okay, to sum up, this is what Karina knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
My note from like 2 weeks ago.
I don't even know if from October.
October.
I don't know if it changed.
When we were still playing with the first season.
Well, you never sent me the list, sir. There was a list gonna happen. Things were forgotten. It's okay. Life happens, folks. This is real life on the side.
We play D&D.
Tell me
There's a lot
more.
to do in life right now.
Right? Okay. So yeah. Do you want me to just go and you stop me
Yup.
or fill in holes? Okay.
Just don't talk too fast. So I can
That's okay. She tends to kind of stagger and this is uncomfortable. So we're good.
I can do the, what is it, the fifth element?
I cast exposition. Just legend that he was involved with releasing the beasts and that costs a lot of people and their lives, including my grandmother and father, that he was apparently maybe once there, and thought to be part of the Pantheon. I don't know how true that is. It's kind of all strange, and he seems pretty good at tricking people. So there's no followers to him, at least not openly, that I know of there anymore. And I don't know. He's in opposition to many of the gods that are there. I They don't really advertise that there was maybe once a, false god wandering around, if that's what you're looking for.
Kind of.
You have to understand, I was a child, and I learned basics, and I was only there until I was about 18, until I was 18.
You were doing your duty, and you were doing as your family was telling you. There's nothing wrong there.
Not exactly, but fair. I grew up there, but it wasn't like it's all we did was study and learn, and everything was always pious and perfect. It was actually pretty much the opposite half the time, especially if my sister and I and the others of our age were involved. We were kids. And nobody seemed to mind as long as we kept the mayhem manageable. And I wasn't a terribly good student, so I was okay, but not the best. I have a book that is about the legends, but I don't think Loki's mentioned other than just a mild, well, not mild, but the mention of the beasts. But it's just I liked the legends, and I don't know how many of them are true. I still do. My sister was more into the technical things. Well, she was at least better at them.
It's a good balance.
I don't know if she knows anything else, so you'll have to fill in there, because that's what I've got. Unless you're sending me something.
No. I'm
Okay.
not. I was typing out a possible note for a possible plot twist, and I was like, yeah, that won't work.
Oh, fair enough. Does she know
That's
anything? I'm just going off of the limited that I could find in my notes quickly. So.
Karina doesn't know a whole
No, I wouldn't think
about
so.
Loki in general. It was kind of frowned upon to teach about Loki. Britta would know a lot more, and possibly Kendra, because Kendra was more studious. But
I was the kid. Karina was the kid who liked to read her own things. It was when it was an assigned reading, it didn't go over well. So
Yeah,
she was like,
it's like-
she reads a lot, but it's not ever like the
Your teacher's
assigned
like-
reading.
your teacher's like, you must
Lip
read
spell
Kill
fiction.
Mockingbird, and you're like, oh, Lord of the Rings.
She's the kid who discovered she liked Emma like 15 years out of college because it was, now not forced upon her. Yeah, no, that was.
So that's about the extent of what Karina would know, even with that good of a history check.
Okay. She
Most
was
of what Karina was taught was about the gods themselves, and to an extent, the beasts. All she knows about Loki is he tried to feed the beasts once. Not brought up a lot in legends.
and she knows about him and Thor going kind of iffy. Yeah.
Yeah. She knows that Thor don't like him.
Yeah. She would mention
I'm not straying that far from mythology.
yeah. I know that he and Thor particularly don't care for each other. So
And Cole, remind me, we, and actually everybody else at the table, we did discuss that Thor destroyed the Fey realm. Somebody actually knew that, right? Okay, cool. All right.
I don't think that's Karina. I know it as a player, but I don't know.
I think it was.
I think it was Colin.
Nyx
Was it-
knew it.
Yeah, Nyx. Yeah, I think
What?
it was Nyx.
knows that Thor destroyed the Fey realm.
Nyx knew that Thor bonked the Feywild out of existence for a brief time, but that is coming back. That was like session 3 or something
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
Yeah.
real early
I remember
on.
briefly that fireside chat with Colin being like a lot of Thor talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot there too.
Nyx was like, oh, I know things.
But a chunk of that happened away from everybody else. If you're thinking of, because he pulled Karina aside.
Yeah, there was a lot of that
Yeah,
Thor
Cullen
talk
knew
there.
it too.
Yeah, right at the end. That was right before he left.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to make sure I was remembering what I know.
This is what happens when you take a couple month break.
How dare you?
Yeah, the
Why do
character
you?
that knows too much.
Why do you care?
That's not a joke I've never heard.
I didn't mean. Oh.
No, you're fine. I just heard Nick's giggle. Anyways.
Pull away the
That's a
glass of
story.
wine. Just kidding.
Oh, Nix is getting giggly. We're gonna have a drunk owl bear in a second.
Yes.
Storm's just being dumb.
I'll take an owl bear. I lost
No.
a minute before I need something.
Owlbear. Owlbear.
Aw.
Figure runs in my
Aw.
room.
I'm not giving you another owl bear. You already had one in the campaign. You and Moore don't get another owl bear.
Laura doesn't have the owl bear.
Laura didn't
That's
have
not
it.
in that.
Like Dove, you don't get another owl bear.
That's not fair.
You can have something else, maybe.
He's the
Dove.
bestest boy. Anyway. Sorry. We are all over the place.
It's not like we're in a heavy session or anything. It's fine.
No! We just have to cut that tension.
No, we're good.
First 3 sessions are gonna be 4 guys. Two
That's
to
fine.
3. 2 to 3.
It's good. Good progress. We're good.
Yeah.
We're fine.
No, I ask because I'm just trying to make connections. We've got Loki involved, the beasts, gods.
Well, it seems that the connection with Loki was Felicity and her family.
But why was he parading as a blue dragon? Lord.
What's his end game?
I don't know. All I know is that he is the king of the Winter Court. In the Fey realm, my mother is the queen of the Autumn Court. And she said that some deal with Utheros was made to seal it off, that no one could go in or out, and that she was trapped on the other side. And that Loki was on this side, and that's how he got to me without her knowledge.
Who has the ability?
Utheros
to-
wasn't that powerful.
I don't think it was. I think he was simply a pawn.
Loki? of
And that
what?
Loki orchestrated whatever it was to make sure that he was on the other side of it.
To get to you.
Not to me, I don't think. I'm not that important in that grand scheme of things.
I think you've been proven wrong.
But you
quite a
know
few
it.
times.
Mother, I asked her if there was anything of significance that I should know. She only brought up the sword. And that
What
was it.
about the sword?
Oh yes,
Which
the
one?
swords.
That I am not to touch it.
That's another question.
Wait. What? Why?
I
Which
don't
one?
know. She just,
All of them?
No, she just. I think the one you have. She said not Kylan's, and not the other. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the one that you had. She made me promise, even though I didn't promise.
Said not Karina's and not
Not-
Kyla's,
okay,
but
not Karina's.
The third blade.
Okay, correction. Okay, not yours, not Kylan's. The third one, not supposed to touch it.
Oh.
She did not tell me why. She said she would explain in time. I got everything that I thought I could out of that, but there's still a lot that I don't know. Nothing makes sense. It really doesn't.
You shouldn't have any clue as to what to do with that sword.
No, I just. There's something so much bigger than us going on, and it's hard to put all the pieces together.
Felicity, would you be able to reach out to Rudolshath concerning the swords? He might know something.
Yes, I can.
I have 2 of them. I have the one my grandmother wielded, and I have the other, the dark sword. Cole, I do know all their names, correct?
You do.
Okay. It's called Hell's Render. Mine is Earth's Render, or my family's, or whoever's. It was broken on the tomb. I think many of you saw it, but I took it.
So wait, which is the one that I'm not supposed to touch?
I assume Hell's Render.
She mentioned something about Koragar too. Something in our blood. I guess me or him should avoid it? I don't know why.
Both of you should avoid it, or just you.
I would assume both of us, but maybe just me. Though I don't know why that would make sense if we both have the same blood.
So do my sister and I, but she can't, according to her, use Earth's Render. And neither can my mother. Even if...
So the weapons choose?
That's... I don't know. I don't think so. Kylan's was passed down from family members. As far as I know, that is the way of it.
There are legends of swords throughout history. Well, weapons, I shouldn't say swords. There are legends of weaponry that are sentient and can think for themselves. Not to say that these blades are of the same caliber, but...
No, that would make sense. One of them spoke to me when I was in Kylan's house. I was having a conversation. This was before I made the pact with Loki. I was talking to him in Ada, and his sword said to find the other, I believe.
So the Kylan sword wants you to find the sword you're not supposed to touch?
Apparently. I didn't know they could talk to each other, so.
When I first held unsheathed, I guess, Earthrinder, I heard something, but then I heard Kendra's voice coming from the gym, and I couldn't hear what it said. It's never talked to me other than that. The Hell's Render feel odd in my hand, as if it wasn't meant for me. But it didn't say anything. It felt hot, if I remember correctly. It glows when it's close.
When we inquired concerning the swords to Rispilla, she mentioned that it was more likely that gods or some entity spoke through them to the one who was holding it. I believe she mentioned Tyr for yours, Karina.
Oh, that's curious. What's the name of Kylan's sword?
Heaven's Render.
Heaven, hell, and earth.
Cole, would Rudolph have had 39 study anything about these swords? Are they...
They're only, funny enough, only Hell's Render. And so if you can give me a history check, you can learn more about Hell's Render.
Want to touch it?
It's not the bad.
Just badly.
Just push the button.
Luke is just like...
Hell is such a push the button character. You can't just put something here for...
Dirty 20.
Yee.
Nice.
So you know Hell's Render, the reason you were studying it is because you were studying things about the Dragon Lords and their mom. Tiamat.
Got it. Do I know what I know as the player?
You know that Hell's Render is the sword that was forged to seal Tiamat
Got it.
after it destroyed the continent of Atharis.
Yes. And do I know that there are those who could force the seals to release, or is that...
You do not know that.
Okay.
And for clarity, Cole, I remember you telling me that all the seals are intact. The sword is broken, but all the seals on Hell's Render.
Yeah, Hell's Render seals are intact. It's only Earthsrender has the most missing seals, but it's been calm ever since y'all dealt with that one cult.
39's going to turn to Felicity. Unless your mother wishes for a calamity, I would follow her instructions. That sword will release Tiamat. If the runes are broken.
Looks down at his book.
Has 39 noticed these books?
He put them out for display.
Yeah.
Right.
Yup, you noticed the green one and the red one.
Does she have any reaction to either?
Do you look for a long period of time at either, or do you now?
She's been glancing at them, but if she's feeling like there's a tether there, she's going to avoid it at all costs. If she doesn't sense anything.
You looked at the red one. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Not the green, the red.
Oh no. It's a 2.
Oh no!
Feel an extremely sharp pain in your neck.
Yep, she kind of stands up.
What's wrong?
And I'm not done.
Oh no.
Oh,
A vision of yourself looking up at a red half dragon wearing black armor, holding an axe up and bringing it down on you.
Does that do anything to the chains?
We'll talk about that later.
Okay, because I need to send you something.
It does. I will say that yes, it does do something to the chains.
Just
They're getting more cracked.
yeah, when she stands up, there's kind of this plume of ash that starts to emanate around her with these little kind of red, not lightning strikes, but like lightning strikes, just briefly, and Kara would know it is the exact same color and acting the same way as the orb in her head.
Karina's on, especially with lightning. Karina's on her feet, and the
It's
sword is in her.
not lightning. It's just kind of like
If it has
that-
anything similar,
okay.
sorry,
It's just that reaction of like kind of when a volcano erupts, sort of a thing. It's reminiscent of a storm within a volcano eruption, but it's very subtle, and it's there only for half a second before it just
Magnetic storm.
What's wrong?
Kara grabs the books and hides them immediately, realizing.
I don't know how to explain.
don't need to explain. Just tell us how we can help.
I don't know.
Are the chains okay?
She's gonna look in. She repaired, I imagine during her rest, she had begun repairs on what was already cracking, but hadn't probably gotten to all of it.
So
If they're broken, we have a problem.
They're cracking way worse, and the cracks are glowing red.
That's not who I want to come out. Okay. She just does the half-lit thing. She looks in on herself and... I need to begin repairs.
Can I help you?
I don't know how you can.
I don't know. If you let me in somehow, maybe I could fix it from the inside. I just want to help.
Restorative magic?
Yes, something like that.
Can you get into my head?
I thought you were figuring out a way for I could.
Kara pulls off his necklace and hands it over to Felicity.
Will
Put
this
it on.
help?
That's how
puts
he's
it on.
been.
It will take an hour before you can do anything with it, but do you have that time?
Yes, I can begin. And I can hear. So, continue the conversation. And if you need me to respond, just touch me.
Phil, do you want me to go with you?
It's up to
She
39.
looks genuinely concerned at the idea of anyone coming in, especially right now at this moment.
Let me go. And if I need you, I will send. Cast sending? And tell you to come? I don't know. I just.
You should be able to speak out loud,
Okay.
but it will take you time too.
An hour.
Continue the conversation. I am here, I am listening. But I must begin repairs. And as she is standing there, she's kind
Before
of...
she dives in, Care slides closer to her and just keep your hand on my shoulder. Squeeze if you need anything.
Alright. And Cole, she is going to begin the process of weaving the chains and repairing them.
So, which chain do you go to first?
I
I wasn't expecting to do this today.
wasn't either, but you made me roll and I rolled bad. Freaking red dragon ruins my life. Okay. So there are the ones that happened before, and then there are the ones that are happening now. Which one looks like I'm looking for the break in the dam where it's...
You're going to do a paladin roll. Roll me a straight charisma check.
I'm rolling bad now. 10.
As you're trying to fix it, they do heal a bit, and they do heal. The one chain you're on heals almost a full, and then as soon as you stop, cracks start reforming. But they seem to stop at a certain point. All of them do. You try it on every one of the chains. They all stop at a certain point. They stop breaking at a certain point. And they don't look like they're about to. They don't look like they're about to shatter. You still have plenty of time before that happens, but and let me do the roll. I gotta do the roll.
And please tell me I'm getting help from the other side of these things.
The chains heal a little bit. They start to slowly, gradually heal, but they're not completely healed.
Okay.
But you do hear just a cackle of some foolish little girl wants to. Oh wait, hold on. I got the line jumbled. This foolish little girl wishes to keep all her pain locked away. And then you don't hear anything.
She responds, just you.
Is that only in her head or out loud?
Out loud.
She says it out loud, but he says it only in her head.
Yeah.
Erica?
It's okay.
So, let me get this straight. We're all going to just pretend that this is normal and fine.
No.
And that it's fine to make deals with wannabe god archfays that would sooner see most of us, if not all of us, dead. And that it's okay that somehow you've been in people's minds.
Never without the permission.
Fell's gonna look at Care and motion to 39 and make this motion with her hands. Without saying it.
Care will cover 39's ears.
She's gonna cast Sending to Chef.
Oh no.
Oh,
okay. Use your 25 words.
Oh my god.
We need your help.
Let's light this candle.
Oh no, no. We need your help.
Or
Something's wrong with 39.
He doesn't know.
Come. Immediately.
Okay.
That was only 10 words, so you still got 15.
Doesn't need
So
to be
Cole,
all-
don't have to
I've
use
been
all of them.
working
We
off.
need answers. She's hurting. Get your butt over here, mister.
He doesn't know about the chains.
Mister.
She was
Yeah, I
hiding
don't
them.
know about any of that, so that'll be fun for him to learn. He responds immediately. Felicity, I will meet you. Felicity, I will meet you at the Gold Glitter's establishment. Just you.
What do I do?
What are you...
What?
Do not
What?
let 39 know that I am coming. She will try to stop you.
What's 39's body language at the moment?
She is so tense right now that every muscle in her body, her veins, like she is focused. Like she's running a marathon right now, but she's standing still.
Fel's like, all right, well, if he's not going to help me immediately, as soon as this hour is up, we're going to figure this out.
Kir's still got his hands.
The last bit of the message is, I will be there tonight.
Kir's still got his hands over 39's ears and just noticing the tension. Just starts to run his hand through her hair. Just gently.
You'll notice that her breathing starts to even out a little bit.
He takes one of her hands and puts it on his chest and matches her breathing and starts to slow his own.
He follows.
To answer your question, Karina, we are not going to treat this as it's normal. But right now we don't understand a whole lot about it. I also don't understand a whole lot about Loki and his endgame. We don't understand a whole lot about your swords. In fact, we don't understand a whole lot about your wings either.
My wings.
Yes.
Swords. Neither concern you or, well, maybe Fel. What does that have to do with anything? Meanwhile, 39, it can't. She can't even function.
And I'm trying to work on that.
And Felicity's sending messages, and Nyx and I are sitting here completely and utterly in the dark, wondering what the heck is going on.
We're technically all in the dark. We're just
Well,
reacting.
clearly you two are not.
And you know as much about as I do.
And I know only as much as 39 has told me, and she's asked me not to share.
I'm just acting as a cleric, and I figure her creator's the best bet.
That's who you sent to.
Yes. But don't tell her. Not yet.
Shouldn't she get a choice? Wasn't that just what you were saying?
I realize the hypocrisy. But this could be very, very, very bad.
Would you stop a child from jumping off a cliff?
She's not a child.
The analogy remains.
Does it?
I don't know. I have ways of giving people wings instead of stopping them. Most of us do.
Listen, you can tell her if you want, and she will try to stop me, but I'm going regardless. I think it would just be better if I figure out some answers and then figure this out. We've got to do the deep dive anyway.
Pray he knows.
He doesn't yet.
I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. And that's hard for me to admit. I'm
We just
trying to
need to
make
get a
sense of
stable.
this.
We just need to get her stable. That's
She's
all.
working on that. We can't do anything for her right now.
Her own resources are running out.
It's a conversation to be had. But at the moment, all we can do is be here for her. Same as each other. What else would you have us do, Karina? What question can I answer for you? I will tell you honestly if I do not know the answer to it. If I know the answer, I will share it. So long as I have not sworn to keep it secret. For that is not my decision to make.
Do you know what she's fighting?
Yes. In part.
Is it yourself? Or is it something else? Like possession or some...
This answer is not going to be satisfying, but yes. It's more than just herself. But she is part of the puzzle. I'm sorry you feel like you've been left in the dark, Karina. You are right, you have. Nyx, the same is for you. I am sorry. Ask your questions. I shall share what I can.
Does 39 even know what she's up against?
I do not know. There are memories that she has that I know that she has asked me not to reveal to her.
Did you know the cost?
The fear in her voice and her body right now? I believe so.
Not what I'm asking. You've already admitted you know next to no idea what's going on with her. When you dove in front of an attack, no shield, no armor, nothing. Knowing that someone else had already made. Did you know? Did you know the cost?
The cost was more than I even expected. I did not think in that reaction. Did not desire to think in that reaction. I'm sorry, but that is a conversation I need to have with 39 first. But I would be willing to share at least this part. I made a decision in that moment to acting in what I thought was a reaction to trauma that had come to me before. Took a conversation with another to realize what my actions truly were. If that caused pain to you, if that caused pain to others, I take that as my blame and I apologize.
I've heard you apologize, Kiraku. More times than I can actually count at this point today. You seem to think that everything either is fixed by that or that everything you do is wrong. I'm not really sure which one. But it seems like we're sitting here dancing around honesty and truths. And I don't know.
What do you want to hear from me?
What you're willing to tell, other than half-truths and thinking that you're the only one who can figure out the answers.
I told you only moments ago that I'm going to trust you all. I'm going to try. I'm going to learn. It's a learning process for me.
And yet,
honesty
you're not.
is part of that, in my own regard. My world for more than 10 years has been training and implementing how to lie, how to manipulate and twist words to tell just the right amount of truth, to show somebody exactly what they need to see in order to get what I want out of them. You were you trained to be good with a shield and a sword. I was trained to be good with my tongue and my words. I apologize, because that is the best I know how to do right now. I do not expect it to fix anything. In fact, all I am doing in my apology is letting you know that I am willing to change. I am willing to try. And right now I am being entirely honest with you when I say I know little. But I want to help her. It's all connected. And connection is what I'm good at. He just turns back to 39 for a moment. Just keeps trying to calm her.
At this point, those green lights that have made everybody so uncomfortable are just settling on her skin, kind of like pollen. And you can see it's giving her energy. It's keeping her up. And in the center of these green lights it's pure white light. And they just kind of pulse and float around her.
Tara's not looking at that.
Are you muted, Cole?
Yeah, he is.
39 in your headspace. The cracks are steadily regressing and then coming back and regressing and then coming back. Something is fighting.
Mm-hmm. This jerk can't even leave me alone.
Little bits of ash are falling out of the chain.
Okay. In that case, she is going to start weaving new threads here. And she is going to go and she's going to make new ones of the good memories that she's had with the party, with Radalsheth, things that she's not outwardly reacted to, but are fond internally. And she's kind of building new, stronger ones than what is already there. And now with her oath being in effect, they are not just amethyst crystals, but they have the texture of bark with the flowers growing out of it. Should be familiar to you from.
So at this point, the red lights stop in the cracks. And you don't hear anything, and everything seems to be stable. The cracks are still there, and there's no longer ash dripping from them. So you've stalled it.
Cool. You just, if Kara's still holding on to 39, you just feel this. And she kind of just sinks to the ground. She's sweating. She is exhausted. Figure that out. I'm going to open her eyes. The tension seems to be...
I'll run.
She just sighs at all of you. It's fine for now. I have more work to do. But I have gotten information. I'm gonna glance at Karaku. I have a couple of dragons to slay.
Sign Beckett. And Kara's still got her by the face and just realizes and kind of pulls back his hand.
Green dragon, red dragon. The red one's trying to get out of my head. So.
Don't need me to help you.
What are you talking about?
There's a lot of information that people don't know right now, 39, and they need some.
Very well. I have only realized recently that I, or some part of me, has had a previous life. And there are memories that I once took for phantoms when I was first created. I sensed the danger in them, and so I built a wall of chains. Built from memories. For memories are strong. And if I wanted to fight back what was in there, I would need something of that caliber. I have only begun to realize, however, that what I am keeping back are memories. They are manifesting in some way, through some magic. I am uncertain. But things from a past I do not know linger there, good, bad. And if they get out, it may not only be in the front of my mind, but as you might have seen, she kind of gestures, the ash is the form they take. The red dragon was attempting to find its way. I do not suspect that it is as strong as whatever I once faced. But I do not wish for any of you to be in danger because of what is in my head. So, I am keeping it there until I am strong enough to face the reality that is waiting for me.
Wouldn't it be, I mean, to be fair, I've never had memory that I know of, I guess at least, but as far as I know my entire life, I've never been in that kind of situation, but wouldn't it be worse to keep something like this repressed for so long?
If it were only a memory. Something intangible. But in this case, it is trying to take a true form. It is difficult to explain, and I do not expect you to understand.
minds are more powerful than most anyone can understand. Even in their own. I don't claim I understand.
Sounds more like a possession than a memory.
Maybe. Radalsheth would know more. But I do not want him to take the blame for what is happening, and it is likely that he would.
Do your other copies have such memories?
I do not believe they do. But
Is
I
that what
could be
made you?
wrong.
Do you think that's what made you a success?
Perhaps. But I doubt that he anticipated what is happening to me now. That
What is he
why
to you?
Radalsheth, my
Yes.
creator.
She sits and she's pondering. You can see in her face she's trying to find how to express.
He is someone who chose me when no one else did. He is someone that I feel compelled to protect. And that compelling, it's not so superficial as something he might have created himself, but it is something that comes from beyond the chains.
Sounds like love.
It very well may be. But only he would know for sure.
As you're all sitting listening to 39, a guard comes up and goes, "Oh, pardon me, Lady Karina. There's been an incident in your quarters."
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay,
Please
this
tell
is
me
a
it's
this
on
is a
you, right?
continuity thing, because if it's about the sword, that's there when Britta gets here. I made a point of she tucks it away.
Yeah, I
So okay. Okay. Karina gets up and starts to run back.
So you get to your room and Kylan's in there and he stands up and your room is just ransacked. Things are torn, thrown everywhere. He puts a hand up and gods, you want to get out? Person goes, "Don't worry, it's still here. They didn't find it. I did, though. We'll have that conversation. We might not. I'm leaving." Pulls out Heaven's Render and stabs it down. You see that of the room, there's only 2 left. Says, "I have to go home. So I'm trusting you to keep that thing safe. Or find someone else who can keep that thing safe."
And did you catch? Did
Nope.
you catch?
But whoever they did, they were fast. And had a griffin. Small one. And they were small. We saw it flying away, so unless there's just a random other griffin outside the city, which is possible, but not full grown. But someone is looking for. So they didn't. You take stock of the room and you kind of see that nothing else has been taken. They were clearly looking for. Maybe they weren't looking for that one. They were looking for the one you have. But keep a watchful eye or find someone else who will.
I think you have bigger issues of your own to deal with. been giving me orders.
Yes. It's more of a request. Apologies, it's been a long day. Well, I'm off home to pack. Be seeing you, and I think it's a waste of time to tell you to take care of Felicity because she can take care of herself, but...
At least one of you knows that.
Well, other than my wife, I am not a bliss, and I've been able to see that Felicity's grown quite a bit. But... Right. Just wanted you to know it's still here. It's right where you left it. I didn't touch it. It being broken is a problem, though.
Did it glow?
Hmm?
She'll pull out Earth's Render and hold it near it and show him that they both glow. Hell's Render glows more of a black, is what I have written, and Earth's Render glows blue.
It goes black, Earth's Render goes blue. So Kylan kind of draws Heaven's Render and puts it there, and all three start glowing a lot brighter. Heaven's Render glowing white as well. That's not concerning at all, and pulls it back really fast as soon as he sees the glow getting brighter. He's like, just not an order, just a request. Be careful. Or do your best. In my experience, it's not always easy to be careful. Especially when you have friends like you and I have, because... Do you have anyone who just constantly goes down over and over? Because Zid never stopped going down. Seriously, I think it was Ada's part-time job to heal him.
Care. In more ways than one.
Oh, I could have guessed. Well, for what it's worth, Karina, I think you've got it covered. I think you're stronger than, well, most people give anyone credit for, really. But you're strong. And
I know.
Yeah. You've got good friends. Well, can't say for two of them I don't really have the best. That's a story for time if I ever come home. But can't really expect you to do your duty if I'm not doing mine, so just pats you on the shoulder real quick because you're taller than him now. I was like, I forgot he's not Korrigar for a second. It isn't actually taller than him. I was like, oh no, wait, no.
As he leaves, maybe try not to die. Your wife's already insufferable from the little I've interacted with her.
I'll do my best. But do me a favor, wait till I'm gone. If Korrigar asks, don't tell him where I went. Don't want him involved.
You think you shouldn't give him the choice?
He's happy. For once in his life. I'm not robbing him of that. As his best friend, can't do it. He's got family now. A girl, which I never thought that would happen, frankly. And he's got his own stuff to do. Nothing as serious, but knowing the giant idiot, he'll probably find his way to interfere in one or the other of the events happening somehow. But I'll go take care of that big worm.
I won't say anything.
Yeah, he's gonna walk out. And like, your room is pretty ransacked, but they did not take anything.
Okay. It didn't even look like they found the hiding spot?
No, because when Kylan like kind of showed you it was still in the same spot, it looked like it was untouched.
All right.
So it doesn't look like they found it. And it glowed when the 2 other swords were placed near it. So
I'm just going to start cleaning up.
okay. Do the rest of you follow Karina?
Yeah, 39 would have gone after.
Mm-hmm.
But not being a giant lady with longer legs, you know, she's a fast runner, but...
Nyx just turns into a gazelle.
Right.
Cheetah. Pass. A blue cheetah. Just
I need that in my life. I need a blue cheetah.
That just still reminds me of the time when someone tried to talk to Nyx when they were in horse form.
That was
who would do that, man?
Oh, right.
Yep.
So,
I like how I specifically
Does
took a
everybody
feat
follow back?
for that to be because of that issue. It has not come up since I took that feat. I'm so salty about it.
We'll find a way. It'll become
It will.
relevant.
I don't
I've
There's
been
a
worry.
using
lot more
my-
game to play.
I know. I've been using my other Circle of Stars stuff, which has been a lot more useful, like in battle. So
Bell's taking
it
her
has
time,
been.
by the way.
Okay. So
Not
you
rushing.
all do pass Kylan and you see him wearing his full gear walking out, and you come to Karina's room and see it ransacked. Fellas, you're kind of lagging behind. You notice Kylan wearing very clearly traveling armor, like traveling attire and armor, and walking towards his house. So I'll give you the option to either follow him or go follow your party. The rest of the party, y'all are all, unless Karaku, you were going somewhere else. Following too? Okay. So, Fel, last time you used this voice, it went so well.
Yeah, no, she's just going to, she's not going to follow him. She's just going to shout.
He looks up and goes, walks over to you. Well, I'm going to say this fast so you can't yell at me. I'm leaving for another continent to deal with the snake. I Ada knows and she's not happy. Don't tell Kotaga where I'm going. He's happy and I want to stay happy. So he stays here or on this continent. But you may want to go check on Ada after I leave.
I think Mother is.
Oh, that's lovely.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Don't die. All
I'll
right?
do my best. I'm trying to be back before the little one's born, but
No. There is no try. You will be back. You're not going to die. And I won't tell Koragar because I set that up and it's my only win right now, so I'm not going to screw it over. You're lucky. Okay?
right. And he gives you a pat on the shoulder and goes, "Oh, what the hell? I'm not much of one, but
She'll
still."
hug him, yeah.
He gives you a hug. He's like, "I'm not much of a hugger, but still."
Mm-hmm.
He gives you a hug and he just goes, "Just take care of Ada.
I will.
Maybe remind her you're an adult sometimes."
We have some stuff to work out, but I couldn't turn my back on one of my sisters even if I wanted to.
Right. Also, on that note, I think Ren is going with Koragar back to his village. Bye! And he walks towards his house.
Y'all be safe. Take chances. Have fun. She's gonna walk off.
All right, so everyone other than Felicity is in Karina's room as she is tidying up.
What happened?
Kara would just start picking things up. And
I don't know.
Everyone else do the same.
Yeah. Just do you... I don't know. Where do we go from here?
Most of it's on
Okay,
your mind.
swords, dragons.
Are you here?
Feywild, dragons, gods.
Can everyone who's searching give me investigation checks?
Oh, I'm not good at that.
Oh,
Belle will join them.
Almost.
So, can you roll to,
I'm
though?
rolling on fire tonight. Why
You want me to
can't
roll
I
too?
roll like this normally?
I can't roll that in combat.
Why can't I roll that this in just any session?
Dirty
ever?
20.
30, 20,
12.
12.
It's only an
8.
18.
19.
We'll say, Karina, you do find a looks like they dropped a small medallion. This medallion, it has a symbol with red wings, fire, and a staff in the middle. And as you pick it up, Nyx recognizes it. Yes, you can bet you can guess what symbol that is.
Yeah.
Cherokee recognizes that too, I assume.
Yeah, you learned a little bit.
Yeah.
Who's that?
The Fire Keepers.
Ember Keepers.
Ember Keepers. Heck, it's been a minute.
Hold on, has anyone told anything about the fire? Whatever.
Ember.
To Karina. She wasn't there when we discussed it on the rooftop.
Nyx brought it up later too, when y'all were all together.
I don't.
Apparently there was a lot of conversation that happened while I was being interrogated.
We mostly just went out and went shopping while you were being interrogated.
Did you bring up the Ember Keepers then? I don't think so, right?
I don't remember.
Just a quick recap.
Now's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
They're a group of mostly druids, wildfire druids. I'm pretty sure my brother is working for them or something. He's being an idiot. But they're not good people, and I don't know how they could possibly convince them that they are doing something good. But I don't know what they would have to do with your sword.
It might not be mine. It might be
Any of the swords. They're druids, they're not.
So,
are they all
mostly
druids?
Oh.
I mean, I don't know for certain. Probably not. It's just process of elimination.
Fel was there. Oh yeah, Farah is a druid, but she's not all druid.
And does Fel know at this point that her sister has something to do with this group?
I believe it was, Ada told you.
Okay.
No, I remember that part vaguely.
Yeah, Ada told you that Farah has the Book of Bliss and is leading a group of...
That's right.
And is leading the Ember Keepers, but Ada didn't know what the Ember Keepers were. She's like, your sister's off doing something.
So now so Fel's clicking it in her head. Oh, fun.
So, for some reason, they either want Earth's Render or Hell's Render and didn't get lucky enough to find it.
I mean, based on theme, I would think more Hell's Render, just for the fire, but,
Either way, the only reason to get their hands on that sword is to release one of the beasts. It seems each one is connected. The cult we fought before, with Karina's sword, those people, I don't remember, Cole. I don't want to meta here. Did we hear or did someone hear that... I don't remember if the point was to free the beasts and then release something greater, or...
So,
I don't remember.
Cullen did explain to the group, apart except Soldier, because he wasn't there, obviously, that the beasts are... there's something stronger than the beasts, but, he didn't know, if they were trying to release something stronger or if they were just trying to release them to cause chaos.
Right.
As of right now, your party is under the impression that they're just trying to release the beasts themselves.
Okay.
I mean, the woman who talked to me in that vision, Ravnari, worked with Cullen to seal Fenrir. So there's some connection for her, but I don't know what the Ember Keepers would be.
You could go find her.
And
my sister's involved too.
Why?
One of them. I think she's... her name's Farah. She, I believe, might be the leader. She has something that I need to look at.
Just look at?
A book of some kind that Ada explained to me. It has something to do with our family. There might be an air war going on with the blisters, to be honest. I'm not quite sure.
That adds up.
I don't know. These are the sisters that were outside of where I was. So I'm learning a lot for the first time too, but apparently she has a book. She might be the leader of the Ember Keepers, like setting things on fire. That was something Ada specifically mentioned, which I thought was odd before I figured out what this might be. She doesn't sound very nice.
No.
Based on what I know of the Ember Keepers, probably not, but...
Yeah, Phil, for clarity, you've technically met Farah once, but you were like 2.
So, does she have any, like, because of the nightmare that she had the other night with Farah in it, does she have, like, a more refreshed...
The image you saw is of like what you would think she looks like now,
Okay.
based on your recollection of what she looked like before. And she is a tiefling. And she is a red tiefling, standard color tiefling.
Yeah, I know. Fel would know that she was a tiefling just based off of the name, but that's basically it.
So, if it is this group, Kylan mentioned a small, not fully grown griffin that they saw flying away with small figures on its back. If they are after Earthrinder for some unknown reason, you're all planning to go after them, aren't we taking them exactly what they want if I go? I'm just curious.
Is there some place we could keep the sword?
We can certainly make it undetectable and more difficult for them to find.
At this point, I don't know if I trust it outside the group.
You wouldn't have to leave the group, but you would have to trust me.
It's green as coal.
Gold glitter could hide it.
You certainly could.
Kyla mentioned that someone was trying to kidnap my sister and was looking for me. I'm not sure it's just the sword. If it is, I don't know that that is even connected. That was when we first got here, and he was mentioning a lot of things, and I'm not terribly sure when he was sober and when he was drunk. So I think it was all an act, but...
You mentioned your mother could not use the sword, right?
Kendra,
And your sister could not either.
I think you are a pair, Karina.
The sword and you.
And I'm telling you, I don't know why.
You don't need to know why. There's hardly ever an understanding that is satisfactory.
Except for if it's blood, as you've all surmised. Kendra's is the same as mine. And, well, there's reasons why she should have been the one. So maybe it was just a moment of I was closer, and we have the same bloodline, so perhaps it's different. I don't know. But I know that Hellsrender is a problem as well, and both need to be kept safe.
Well, that's the thing. It could be like that. For the same reason that I was told not to touch Hellsrender, but yet my brother might be able to. Like I
But
said,
doesn't a different blood run through your veins now?
It didn't then. I mean, technically we have the same blood. I might have a few additions, but we just don't know.
I don't think blood is the only equation that matters in this scenario, especially when it comes to such relics. It is very usually more complicated than that, at least from what I have read.
could have just chosen you.
Sentience suggests the idea of it being able to choose.
It's not terribly likely, but all
I
right.
keep saying that.
I'm not wrong.
Well, I
What?
chose you. I chose all of you. So, it doesn't matter. Maybe it saw what I saw when I decided.
I need to finish cleaning up here. Although I don't know why it really matters. Are we staying here for a while or are we leaving? We need to.
Few
You hear a
days.
little knock. Galadin pokes his head. He goes, "Not to be rude, but we actually got you a house. Sorry, I wasn't listening to that whole conversation. Bye."
Go, Glitter.
I'm
Maybe I
still
said I'll
very
march after him.
confused.
Yes?
Hmm.
Listen, I know all about them. My brother uses one.
Yes, yes. Where is the house?
It's actually a manor that was foreclosed that I purchased, and it's my gift to you.
You seem to be giving a lot of gifts.
Listen, I like your group. And you keep me in good business. So why would I not want to keep people who keep me in business close?
Hmm.
Also, Felicity's hilarious when she's drunk.
You're not wrong.
Oh, Glitter! You're calling from the other room.
He's not wrong,
No,
though.
you, darling.
She's gonna hold out her hand.
I assume there are keys involved.
Yes, if you'll follow me, I can actually take you there.
Are we ready to
They
move, I
want
guess?
the paint. They thought it was going to be mine. So,
So it's gold and it glitters.
listen, yes. It's
So tacky.
What are you going to do? Purple? You're going to do purple?
Would have been better than sparkles.
Does fit more of our-
You shush, Miss Pinky Glitter.
All right, all right.
I don't glitter.
39's gonna
Oh,
hug
honey, you
her
haven't
arm
seen
with
yourself in
his
the
and kind
dark.
of tug him.
Well, so what time is it?
A lot of the days passed. It's like 4:30 p.m. at this point. We're talking and exploring and stuff for a while and doing everything. And cleaning took a while.
Just keeping an eye on dinner plans. So she can sneak
I'm sure
away
that's
from
partially
39.
why he's there. I sure knows.
Does he?
Single glitter doesn't.
I really hope he doesn't.
I guess as gold. I guess as Gold Glitter's walking away, it's like Carol just yelled, "Is it the manor I'm guessing it is?"
Knowing your taste, yes.
Fair. I'll meet you there.
39's
Right.
gonna look over her shoulder and narrow her eyes at Karaku.
Yes?
Hmm.
Just leaves with
Right.
gold glitter.
So
Well,
well.
Felicity, I had them paint a room pink just for you.
You know I hate that color.
You are wearing it.
It's not my choice.
Too bad.
You should have painted it black.
I
You're
see
so-
the
Looking for
rainbow.
Kaku. Black.
Taking Kaz's room. Get up mine.
You're trading. Kara gets the pink room.
Of course, that has some devices we'll have to move.
I swear to God, Gold Glitter.
What? Torture devices? What?
Sacred flame on your house. Nasty.
So
Sacred
who's
flame on
following
you?
Gold Glitter, and I'm assuming Rogue is, or Karaku is,
He's
hanging
going to
back.
his room, yeah, for now.
Fel's going to hers too.
Okay.
39's
You're
got
in the
everything she
room
owns on
at-
her person, so.
So as you guys get to, it's a 2-story manor. It has more bedrooms than you guys need. So you have lots of storage, huge kitchen. It's a big fancy house. So you guys have a fancy house to explore next session.
I'm confused. Did Felicity go to her room in the palace or in the house?
In the palace.
So they went to their palace rooms while
To get ready.
to get ready to move all their stuff to the. But you didn't have a lot of stuff in those rooms because
And she's getting ready for dinner.
Oh, for dinner. Oh. For her.
Yes, that's going to go well if you frame it that way.
Date with 39's dad.
It's not her dad.
Oh boy.
Not her
That's
dad.
so weird.
All right, so
Oh, my dad.
Rogue, did you go to your room, or character, did you go to your room in the manor or in the palace?
Palace first.
Okay. Nix?
Yeah, I mean, I'll grab my stuff. I don't have a whole lot, but
They gave you a room. Nix, we gave you a room on the ground floor. We figured it easier to get outside, and it has a view. And he opens it, and there's actually a view of the mountains and the forest out your window.
nice.
Ignore the broken down wall. We'll try not to build it in your way.
You don't have a greenhouse here, do you?
Sure. I could ask around, or maybe,
Can always explore. It's fine.
or you can explore yourself. Yes. And I guess 39 here are your group's keys. I'm going to take the one for a soldier off because he left.
Yes.
Well, you all need a drink, so tell Keraku, Felicity, and Karina that your first 2 rounds of drinks are on me at the bar.
Oh no, Karina went with them once she gathered her
Okay.
stuff. Yeah.
Karina, first 2 rounds of drinks are on me at the bar. And also, Karina, let's have a chat tomorrow, dear. I was
Okay.
listening. He walks away.
He can be helpful when he wishes to be,
Mm.
and he is
You
knowledgeable.
think he passed the room where y'all talking about the swords and he didn't go,
You're about to get a pep talk.
so with that, where was it? It's about time. So, Fel, how do you get dressed up for your date?
Business casual.
Yeah.
No, she just puts on something.
It's not a date. It's not a date.
Yeah, no. She just puts on a regular like dress versus armor and anything like that. Fixes her hair a bit and kind of like it gives her like a you need answers, you're going to get answers pep talk in the mirror before making her way.
I'm going to make clear that Gold Glitter's place is not the bar. It is the huge pop-up tent he has made. So you make your way there, and Gold Glitter is back there, and he opens and he goes, "Come on in, dear. I'm headed to the bar to keep all your friends drunk."
I always love seeing you.
I won't be here for much longer. And he ushers you in, closes it, and he casts a spell that seals the door from the inside, so you can still come out, but other people can't come in.
Okay. You can do this. This is fine.
And he's sitting down, just kind of drawing on a little sketch pad that he brings with him.
She will head over. Very bliss.
Lady Felicity, please sit down. We have a lot to talk about.
She will sit down.
That's where we're gonna end the episode.
There we go.
So next session, see, I told you we got the drama out in the first session, so next session y'all can explore.
There will be more.
I was gonna
That's
say you
what I
say
wanted.
that like we don't have a lot more coming.
Look,
Mhm.
half that
I was
drama
saying-
was an
Okay, you'll have
accident.
more in the future, but next session, I wanted to get a lot of the bulk of the drama stuff out first, and also a lot of the list of things you guys sent me to want to do were drama filled. So I was like, okay.
Some of ours are still out there, so
pending.
sorry.
About to say,
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna work on that next session, because listen, I'm not gonna point fingers. Rogue Ruka lore.
It was an
What did I do?
accident.
They mean things that they want to do that were drama filled. I'm like, I'm gonna get the drama out.
That wasn't even one of the things I wanted to do.
You pushed the
and
button.
I didn't think that would happen
I
at that
looked at a
rate.
book.
I asked you, do you look at the book? And you went,
She
yeah.
said
And I was
she
like,
glanced at it, and if she felt, she would look away.
Okay. Well, anyway, next week, guys, the party will explore their new home, possibly go get drinks with Gold Glitter, and also do any other activities that they would like to do. Next session is going to be a very hands-off session for me. It's going to be a very thrown to the wind, with exception of one thing: Felicity and Rudolph Chef.
All my dreams are coming true.
And let's see which animals we can get
The amount
next to
that you should
transform into. We've had an octopus, a spider, a horse. What's
Who
next?
needs puppy therapy?
A dinosaur.
And next session is,
I just
All the puppy
and
therapy.
if y'all do go with Gold Glitter and get drunk, see if we can get drunk next to turn into it.
I just like that 39 was like, don't call my dad immediately. I'm calling your dad.
Oh, my dad. It's so
Close your
cool.
ears. I'm
Doesn't
calling her
know.
father.
Anyway, folks at home, we will see you guys in 2 weeks' time for next session of Chronicles of Ravira. So we'll see you guys down by the lakeside.